Resolution 13 on women's pensions to be moved by Julie Hepburn and seconded by Tasmina.
Good morning, delegates. Women are disadvantaged in terms of pensions for one very simple reason: they earn less than men over their lifetime. Pensions, both state and private, reflect what an individual has been able to accumulate over their working lives in terms of both national insurance contributions and private savings. And because women are generally disadvantaged in the labour market, they tend to have more intermittent patterns of employment, more part-time employment and lower wages. Consequently, they accrue fewer national insurance contributions that determine their state pension and less income from which to save for retirement. The main problem for women in terms of pensions is therefore twofold. Firstly, that state pensions are based on a gendered model of labour market participation, and secondly, that they have less income to save into private pensions. So the way we tackle this requires us to focus on more than just pensions policy. First of all, we need to ensure that state pensions do indeed provide an adequate safety net for all in retirement, enough for a decent standard of living, irrespective of national insurance contributions. The current system disadvantages women because it is dependent on an outdated contributory model that doesn't reflect the reality of women's lives, most notably women's unpaid caring responsibilities and interruption to employment as a result of having children. When we get control over welfare and pensions, either in a devolved context or full independence, the priority for anybody tasked with overhauling these systems must be to tackle the gender inequality at the heart of state pensions. But to truly tackle the wider issue of income inequality for our pensioners, we also need to address the inequality of private pension provision. And we can only do that by tackling gender inequality, full stop. Delegates, the Equal Pay Act was passed years before I was even a twinkle in my father's eye. Indeed, my parents were still at school. Yet here we are in 2014 and we still do not have equal pay. It is staggering to me that in this day and age, the gender pay gap in Scotland is 13% for full-time work and 34% for part-time work. Around 42% of women work part-time compared to 11% of men who work part-time. And women working both full-time and part-time account for 66% of all low-paid workers. Your favourite supermarket and mine, Asda, is currently facing a mass legal action over equal pay for women, with shop workers who are predominantly women earning as much as £4 an hour less as warehouse workers, predominantly men. Who would have thought that such a progressive company would engage in such practices in 2014? One of the biggest barriers to women's participation in the labour market, of course, and to achieving gender equality generally, is the lack of affordable childcare. For many women, the monthly childcare bill is more than the mortgage. For some, it actually costs them to go back to work, but they do it so that they keep their place in the labour market. Many women cannot afford the childcare that would allow them to go back to work. I know many people in that situation. And that's why the SNP's policy of transformational childcare to women is so important. Affordable, accessible childcare will allow many women to work. It will make work pay for those who do and start to close the gender pay gap. If we address women's inequality in the labour market, we will begin to address women's inequality in retirement too. But this also has to go hand in hand with progressive policies like maternity and paternity leave and pay, flexible working and the national minimum wage and positive tax and welfare changes. You know, I'm very lucky. I speak from a position of privilege. I have what is probably the holy grail for working mothers. I work part-time, I have a well-paid job, a great employer, flexible working and generous childcare provision. If it was not for that, it probably would not be worth my while working. I want that for all women in Scotland. Women, of course, are more reliant on the welfare system too, and have borne the brunt of the UK's damaging welfare reforms. Our welfare system must be progressive and reflect the reality of women's employment and unpaid caring responsibilities. Women have been let down by Westminster for too long. With powers over welfare and pensions, we can ensure that all of Scotland's citizens, men and women, have dignity and security in retirement. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And Tasmina Ahmed-Sheikh will second this resolution. Bill Ward's put in a card to remit it back. Can I have a formal seconder to the remit back? There's a seconder. Okay. Tasmina?
Thank you, Derek. Conference, I'm delighted to second this motion on women's pensions. The dismissive way in which women have been historically treated by the UK government doesn't come as a surprise to any of us. But the unfairness of the pensions framework implemented by successful Westminster governments has been dreadful. The Tories and Labour fall over each other to tell us how much they want to support hard-working people. The problem is they just don't see us women. Women need to take time off work, far more than men do, to have children, to become homemakers, to become carers. Women make family life possible. The problem for us is historically, pensions have been earnings linked. That means those years when we don't earn don't score towards a pension. And the impact on that for us is disastrous. As women get older, we find that our pension projections are falling short, so we're having to go on working. The average age of retirement for women is already beyond the state pension age, proof, if it were ever needed, that we don't get enough from this to live on. Now, to add insult to injury, the qualifying age is being raised to 65 by 2018 and 66 by 2020, and it's already one of the lowest in Europe. Conference, for many women, getting a decent amount of money to survive on in their later years is like chasing a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It looks lovely from a distance, but as you run towards it, it just keeps moving and moving away from you. Let's remember, pensions are supposed to be a universal benefit. Conference, we must win control of our own pensions and benefits, but that's not all. We need the powers to boost women's pay too. It is disgraceful that more than 40 years after the Equal Pay Act was introduced, it still has to be implemented in full. And there's another injustice. Most of the 400,000 people of Scotland are working for less than living wage are women. Conferences simply will not do. In our Smith Commission submission, we've called for responsibility for employment law to be devolved. We need those powers, and we need them now. Let's show we value our people, all of our people. Let's give our women the retirement and pay they deserve, because we're worth it. Thank you.
And Bill Ward to move the remit back, to be followed by Breege Smith, who will speak in favour of the resolution.
Fellow delegates, on Thursday coming, on the 20th of November, I will celebrate my 64th birthday. Hard to believe, I know. I don't look a day over 63. But I've had my bus pass now for 4 years. But I'll have to wait 1 more year until such times I can get a state pension. That's because I'm not a woman. And I'm moving the remit back because I believe in fair pensions without any discrimination on grounds of gender. The way pensions apply at the moment disqualify men from claiming a pension at age 60. That is wrong. I think we should remit this back and campaign for fair pensioners, not just for one sex, but for both sexes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. And now Breege Smith, who will speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Rosemary Hunter, also to speak in favour of the resolution. And Breege is a first-time speaker at conference.
Conference, the issue of older women facing hardship and living below the poverty line is a subject close to my heart. I have worked in the fashion industry for over 30 years. This is a predominantly female, low-paid industry that is not noted for its employee benefits, welfare or pension schemes. Many of the workers I have worked with are migrants. Many work from their own homes, which means they are unregulated. In 1966, the number employed in this sector was 1.3 million. Today, UK-wide, it's 110,000, and in Scotland, the figure is nearer 8,000. The demise of this industry has meant that women have taken up other low-paid, insecure jobs in the less valued occupations and sectors. They will have interrupted their low-paid work to raise children, nurse sick relatives, and aged parents. And all of this has impacted in a negative way on their pension entitlements, which are meagre, to say the least, and non-existent in many cases. Of all the factory workers I have worked with over the years, I do not know of one that I could phone and that they could tell me that they are comfortable in their retirement. Many are still working and in their late 60s. Many of them are getting assistance from their families, and many of them are too proud to ask. Equality in Westminster speak means raising the pension age until 2020, when both genders retire at 66. I take on board the gentleman's point, but two wrongs do not make a right. Westminster does nothing to address the pay differential between men and women. They do nothing to address the different work patterns of women. And they place no value on the inactive woman. And that, for your information, are women who are at home, doing nothing, like housewives and mothers. On the 18th of September, 1.6 million people in Scotland voted for a fairer, more equal and just society. Over 1.6 million voted for a country that wanted a country that would abolish the need for food banks and people living below the poverty line. I see no appetite from Westminster to address the poverty being faced by women in low-paid industries who are retired or reaching retirement. Judge Osborne's focus is on austerity cuts for a government that demonises claimants, benefit claimants and migrant workers. I see no compassion or sympathy for these voiceless, unrepresented women. They will remain as anonymous now as they did throughout their working lives. We cannot tolerate this situation. We must ensure that full powers over state pensions and social welfares are devolved to the Scottish Parliament. Next May, we have an opportunity to send a busload of MPs to Westminster. We can and must hold Westminster's feet to the fire on this issue. If I'm on that bus, you will smell the singeing in Selkirk. I endorse this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Breege. Our next speaker will be Rosemary Hunter, who's also a first-time speaker at conference. Can I ask, we require some volunteers to help count the ballots from the internal election. We need about a dozen people. If you do want to volunteer, if you could meet outside at the foyer at the bottom of the steps to help with the counting of those votes. And would Peter Patterson speak to Steward? You've dropped a very important card that would be happy to return to you. So please welcome Rosemary, who's a first-time speaker at conference.
As a party and conference newbie, I wanted to curry favour with the chair and will be brief. Women are disadvantaged in terms of state pension accrual if they stay at home to look after their children. But we should also recognise that there is a growing number of men who are stay-at-home dads and are therefore suffering the same or a similar disadvantage. Any review of pension provision needs to take this into account. Another area that is woefully outdated within the current UK system is widow or widowers' pensions. To qualify for a payment, you have to have been married or had a civil partner. It's also partly earnings-related, depending on the late spouse or civil partner's contribution record. In Scotland today, more than half of all children born are born out of wedlock. Where one parent dies in this situation, they don't qualify for widow's pension, but may have been dependent on the partner's income. Indeed, the current UK state pension is the lowest in Europe, paying only 17% of average earnings and woefully short of the European average of 57%. This statement must be true, as I read it in the Daily Mail and saw it on the BBC website. So I wholeheartedly support the motion that Scotland needs control over pensions and welfare, but would like to emphasise that we need to look at the whole pension situation, not just for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'll call you again. Next speaker and our final speaker on this resolution will be Pam Mitchell to speak in favour of the resolution.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, conference. I'll be as brief as I can. I truly believe that the overhaul of women's pensions is long overdue. But in particular, those of us who are older, who never realised just what kind of turmoil we were going to end up in as a result of Westminster and their cuts. And many women between the age of 50 and 65 have been caught out because we didn't know we would have to have a private pension in order to survive. This is not acceptable. And I, who am almost 57, worry about my future despite having worked for most of my life. Sadly, 40% of any pension I earned with the state or outside the state was not index linked, unlike my male counterparts whose were. But my state pension is also affected because I was a carer for my mother until the day she died. That meant there were times when I couldn't work because I needed to be there for her. And I know there's thousands and thousands of women who have been in the same position. And it's very unfair that we are being penalised purely because of, what we had to do, looking after parents and so on. But getting back to the whole point of pensions, we need a living pension, one that will not have our pensioners starve, one that will not have them choose between eating or heating. And sadly, that is the case. So, conference, I would ask that you please support this motion. It is important, not just for those of us who are going to be getting our pensions shortly, but for the many thousands who come behind us. They are entitled to have a living, decent pension. Thank you.
Thank you. Now turn to the summing up. Would Bill Ward like to sum up for the remit? We waive your right to sum up. Would Julie like to sum up for the resolution? Julie? Oh, there you are.
I'll be very brief. Just to agree with the mover of the remit back that it is about equality. The resolution is not about securing better pensions for women at the expense of men. This party believes in better pensions for all. This is about tackling specific issues that are predominantly faced by women. And as I think it was Rosemary mentioned, this will actually benefit a great deal of men too, who have similar patterns of employment. So I would urge conference to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. We'll now turn to the vote. And again, I advise it's delegates only with a delegate pass that are able to vote. I'll ask for a vote on the remit back. First of all, those in favour of the remit back, please show. Cards down. Those against the remit back, please show. Cards down. It's clear that the remit back is not passed. Therefore, we take a vote on the resolution. Those in favour of the resolution, please show. Thank you. Cards down. Those against the resolution, please show. The resolution is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Now turn to Resolution 14 on Scotland's economic strength, to be moved by Kenneth Gibson and seconded by Mike Mackenzie. Kenneth Gibson, MSP.
Good morning, Conference. This is an incredible time to be an SNP member. Far from the disintegration some of our opponents predicted, our party is revitalised, riding high in the polls, and our membership has almost quadrupled to make the SNP, Scotland's party, the third largest in the entire UK. By contrast, Labour's Scottish branch office is caving in on itself, mired in panic and infighting. Despite the referendum result, through the strength of our case and the power of our arguments, support for independence grew throughout the campaign. We can be proud to have focused on a positive vision for Scotland, built on self-belief, based on truth and reality, rather than mendacity and fear. On no issue was this more clearly demonstrated than on the strength of Scotland's economy. Through gritted teeth, Better Together leaders crowed that, of course, Scotland was a rich nation and could naturally become a successful independent country. Prophecies of doom accompanied the soft soap. Companies would flee down south. Those still lucky enough to have a job after all the businesses left would see their wages plummet. With a few pounds or possibly euros left in our pockets, the people of Scotland would be destitute. The price of food and energy would skyrocket, and naturally, the SNP would probably tax them extortionately too. We, on the other hand, know Scotland is a wealthy nation, a nation rich in natural resources and human talent, home to a world-leading life sciences industry, a booming food and drink sector, and some of the finest universities in the world. Scotland wouldn't limp by as an independent nation. It would thrive. It will thrive. Under devolution, and more markedly under the SNP, Scotland has shown that where we have the power, we could do things better than the UK government. Currently, direct foreign investment in Scotland is at its highest level for 15 years, and in UK terms, second only to London, despite the scare stories running up to the referendum. Unemployment in Scotland is lower than that of the UK, whilst employment is higher. Food and drink exports were $3.7 billion in 2007 and are on track to almost double to $7.1 billion by 2017, an incredible achievement. We know that with independence we could build on these successes to make Scotland even more prosperous and productive, with the social policies to ensure all share in that prosperity. It is now our immediate duty to ensure that through the Smith Commission we wrest as much control away from Westminster as possible and bring much needed powers to Holyrood. To that end, the Scottish Government has published the paper More Powers for the Scottish Parliament, setting out our proposals for the way ahead, laying out the case for devolving key economic levers to Scotland. Instead of being a parliament that merely decides how money is spent, we would be in a position to raise revenue, create tax incentives, invest in research and development, lift lower paid workers out of poverty, and stimulate our economy. Recent polls show that 71% of people support full powers over Scottish taxation. Income tax should be devolved in its entirety, including rates, bands and thresholds, to Holyrood. Devolving air passenger duty, followed by its abolition, would improve international and domestic connectivity to Scotland, help reversing a 30-year trend which has seen corporate headquarters increasingly based in London, create thousands of jobs in and around our airports, and increase tourism spend by hundreds of millions of pounds a year. Our paper also makes clear that the Scottish Parliament should have significant borrowing powers. Just this week, the Fraser Vallender Institute argued that the SNP government should be allowed to borrow up to £4 billion to guarantee that economic recovery is sustainable. Borrowing now at record low interest levels offers the opportunity to boost our economy by investing wisely in job-creating infrastructure projects, allowing growth to continue and the economy to flourish in the long term. It should be remembered that every £100 million of infrastructure investment creates £160 million of economic activity and supports 1,400 jobs in the wider economy for that year. In Scotland, many aspects of our economy are disproportionately larger than other nations of the UK. Food and drink, energy and fishing are all examples of these, and Scotland should therefore be able to act directly in the EU on matters integral to our economy. Last week, we witnessed a farcical situation whereby Cabinet Secretary Richard Lochhead was prevented from speaking at a meeting in Brussels regarding quotas for deep-sea fish stocks, despite the fact that Scottish boats, which last year landed 95% of the quotas, were to be discussed. In his place, an unelected Tory lord whose knowledge of fishing presumably begins and ends with fly fishing in the Oxfordshire lake he partly owns. With real representation in Europe and on the world stage, Scotland will be able to fight her corner, shape policy to benefit our key industries and market brand Scotland to an international audience desperate for high-quality products and produce. The minimum wage and post-study work visas should also be devolved to help stimulate demand in the economy and increase tax revenues. Revenues that would stay in Scotland to be reinvested in their public services, transport links, cities and communities. Conference. We have shown what we can do with the limited powers we have. It is now up to us to hold the no parties to their promises and ensure we secure the essential economic levers our Parliament needs to transform our country. The people of Scotland expect nothing less. Support the motion.
Thanks, Kenneth. And Mike Mackenzie, MSP, will second the resolution to be followed by Bill Ward, who will move the remit back. Can I have a formal... You withdraw the remit back. Thank you very much. Then Mike Mackenzie will be followed by Roger Millen to speak in favour of the resolution. Mike.
Thank you, Derek. Conference, I'm delighted to second this motion because it's vital that we have the opportunity to debate and to understand both the opportunities that lie before us and the potential pitfalls. I'm delighted also that the referendum campaign finally put to bed, once and for all, the notion that we are too small and too poor to be independent. And as a result of the referendum, almost everyone in Scotland has had an education in economics. They've had an education in politics, and they've had an education in finance, and no longer will it be possible for unionist politicians to pull the wool over the eyes of the Scottish people. No longer will it be possible for them to operate on the basis that you can fool some of the people all of the time. And delegates, there is something very important about Scotland's great economic strengths. Whether this is Scotland's oil and gas in the North Sea and the waters west of Shetland, or even potentially on the west coast, or whether this is Scotland's enormous renewable energy potential, or whether it's our massively growing exports of food and drink, our world-class universities, they all have one thing in common, one very important thing. Not one of these world-class economic sectors can be outsourced or done cheaper elsewhere. And this is important, Conference, because it is this comparative advantage that gives us the basis of building an increasingly prosperous and sustainable economy. It's therefore important, as we approach this Smith Commission and the negotiations that will no doubt follow it, that we do so with the necessity of growing our economy sustainably, firmly in our minds. We must not merely become tax collectors with added responsibilities, but with no real powers. This is a pit into which we must not fall. This would be a poisoned chalice. We must ensure that we have the full fiscal and economic levers and the powers necessary to empower our economy and take advantage of these immense economic opportunities. But we must also recognise and bear in mind the necessity of gaining powers to build a fairer as well as a more prosperous country, knowing as we do that this in itself will create a more successful society in every sense of this word. And we must approach this business with the knowledge that gaining these powers is merely a stepping stone on the road to independence. Because, Conference, I don't believe that the people of Scotland voted no on the 18th of September. They merely voted not yet. Thank you.
And Roger Millen to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by George Caravan. Roger.
Thank you, Derek. Morning, Conference. I would like to make a brief additional argument for full fiscal autonomy, and it's this. We need these extra powers to make sure we can enhance our devolved responsibilities, which are currently severely constrained. Let me take just one example, the example of education. Our government has put in place essential reforms for the college sector. It puts learners at the centre. It emphasises the importance of qualifications in the interests both of people and in the interests of the economy. Yet what happens at Westminster through their economic levers? They give, in Scotland, hundreds of millions of pounds of tax relief every year that goes mainly to large corporations for unaccredited, uncontrolled learning that includes things like senior management junkets. I know that because I've attended quite a few in my time. So here we have, on the one hand, a Scottish government pursuing an education policy facing in one direction, trying to enhance the qualifications and preparation of our workforce, and the UK government's economic policy facing in precisely the opposite direction. We need to enhance our ability to control real policy. And let me give you one other example of the nonsense that occurs at present. Take the funding of welfare as it applies to the people of Scotland. If you're unemployed and you care about your future and you care about making a contribution, you want to increase your skills so that you can enter the labour market, What happens at the moment? You are told that you can work for a maximum of only, or learn for a maximum of only 16 hours a week. If you dare to pursue education of more than 16 hours a week, we will cut your benefit. That is what Westminster does. We want to make sure that the people who are out of work get every opportunity to get back into work and into a well-paid job. We will only accomplish that. We will only accomplish that by making sure we have the full fiscal powers, economic powers to go alongside our other powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Now George Caravan to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Graham McCormick.
Fellow nationalists, you've heard about a strong economy. So let me tell you about a truly disastrous economy. It's called the United Kingdom. This is a disastrous economy whose banking system is an organized criminal conspiracy. And incidentally, I hope when we send our busload of new MPs down, one of the first things we do is to get a vote together to change British law so that we can put those bankers, those criminal bankers, in jail where they belong. A disastrous economy whose leadership, the Treasury, spends its time making leaks of sensitive market information about Scottish banks. A disastrous economy who is running the biggest peacetime deficit in its trading accounts. A deficit so large that if you read the private City analyst reports, which I do because I'm a geek, you'll discover that the City analysts think there is a very strong possibility that there'll be a huge flight of capital from Britain. And it was that, delegates, that panicked the City into wanting to stop Scotland leaving the United Kingdom, because they knew if we took our oil away, we took our gas away, we took our whiskey away, the export deficit in the UK would double. They were panicking about the UK economy, not the Scottish economy. A disastrous UK economy that is so bankrupt that it pays more for government borrowing than little Ireland with all its economic problems that it's had. In fact, most of the small industrial economies in Europe pay less for their public borrowing than the United Kingdom. And that comes as a surprise. It certainly came as a surprise to my fellow journalists, and I say this with all charity. My fellow journalists seem to not be able to get it through their head that actually the United Kingdom pays more for its borrowing than Ireland. I used to go to debates and when I did my trip around the TV studios during the referendum, I used to take every day's copy of the Financial Times and put it in their faces and show, there's the numbers from the City, we're paying more. Scotland will not pay higher interest rate than the UK, we'll pay less. Even if we had to pay what Ireland pays, it's still less than the UK pays for its borrowing. The lesson in this, as we've heard from the mover and seconder, is that Scotland has to take control of its own economic levers. Otherwise, when the UK economy goes down under the waves, we'll go with it. We need to save Scotland. We need economic levers. It's not just the case that we want to have income tax. It's not just the case that we want through the Smith Commission to get control over social welfare provision. Those things will be actually a poison chalice unless we get control of the economic levers, unless we can create jobs, unless we can invest. I'll say this, and I'm going to say what I say very gently. I don't think we actually won the economic argument during the referendum. I think we had the best case. But I think there are many people, particularly in the professional middle classes, who didn't quite get it. And I say this very gently. I think the party may have to revisit its position on the common currency. I say it particularly because if you read the City analyst reports, they think that the pound is going down, so why should we help them? So my final point is, I think we need, once we get these economic powers, is that we also need an economic strategy. It's not just a matter of having a random ragbag of powers. What are we going to do with them? I think the party has to think carefully about changing its headline economic strategy. We have been associated with tax cuts, and there are very good reasons for cutting corporation tax. But in a world where companies are not investing and are sitting on billions and billions of pounds of money, cutting their taxes is not going to make them invest. I think we have to pin to our mast the slogan that the Scottish National Party stands not just for tax cuts, but stands for increasing industrial investment. That should be the strategy. And if we do that, if we get those powers, we can make Scotland prosperous again. I commend the motion.
Thanks very much. And our next speaker is Graham McCormick, to be followed by Duncan Ross. Graham.
Thank you, Convener. Nationalists, during the referendum campaign, a Japanese TV crew made a documentary, part of which was filmed in Helensburgh. And in the course of the documentary, there is a well-heeled gentleman sitting in his rather luscious garden overlooking the lochside, having afternoon tea with his wife. And he says these words, "I do feel for the poor, but they just don't understand economics." In Helensburgh, we now have a food bank. And I think, having the full powers of taxation, that we could give this gentleman and people like him a reality check. At the heart of independence for me is the question of land ownership. And I know that our Parliament will be discussing land ownership and land reform in this session of Parliament. However, we must get real and really grasp the notion of a land value rental, because without us redistributing the ownership and control of land in this country, we will never break the backs of these people who basically control us. And the money raised from this could be used to fund our ambitious early years targets, so that children, preschool children, are given the maximum comfort and ability in order to allow their parents, should they wish, to return to work as soon as they desire. But this party has never been one just for the stick. We also believe in the carrot. And one thing that we could do is that we could encourage landowners to release land with time-limited planning permission for 4 homesteads in every farm that they own, and even give them time-limited capital gains tax exemptions, so that is the possibility of actually allowing our nation and our people, if they so desired, to relocate to the country, and repopulate our country so that they can bring their children up in our rural areas, and means that schools and all these other facilities, which are constantly under threat, can have a more solid future. And finally, as a lawyer of nearly 40 years, I have increasingly discovered that when people die in Scotland, and the wealthier people who die in Scotland, the beneficiaries of their wealth are people who live out with Scotland. So we could be imaginative about inheritance tax, and rather with the fixation which they have in London, where 1 out of 29 people are millionaires, we could say, instead of increasing the threshold, we can vary the threshold. And if people are going to leave the vast bulk of their wealth to people out with Scotland, then the inheritance tax levels should be, the liability for inheritance tax level should be increased. So there are all these things. These are just 3 or 4 basic examples of what we could do if we're imaginative with the tax system, but we must have the power to be responsible for all the tax gathering and the tax levying in our country. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. And our final speaker will be Duncan Ross.
Thank you, Convener. Conference, winning the economic argument is central to our case and to our cause. And one of the things that we learned, and I agree with George on this, one of the things that we learned in the referendum is that unless and until we reassure the Scottish people that their jobs, their futures will be safer and more secure run from and in Scotland, they will not come with us to independence. Now, we know that Scotland is a country of enormous wealth and resources, oil and gas, renewables, food and drink, the fabulous creative industries, centres of excellence in gaming, electronics, bioscience, fantastic opportunities in tourism, outdoor activities, world-leading universities. All of these things are true. Conference, this is a great country in which to live, to work, and to build prosperity. It's also a country that's hugely attractive to foreign investors. Scotland, over the last 50 years, has been the most attractive part of the United Kingdom for foreign direct investment. It's all the more bizarre, therefore, that we still lack the full powers to manage this great wealth and even greater potential. We need the ability and the powers to focus on using these resources to benefit our people, not punish them in the name of damaging and dangerous obsession with austerity. And Conference, if we needed any reminders of how important it is that we have the powers to run our economy, we just need to think about the £2 billion, again, that bankers were forced to pay in fines last week for rigging the foreign exchange markets. Conference, £2 billion fine, nobody in jail, nobody even prosecuted. It's a disgrace. Conference, when even Professor Brian Ashcroft, no friend of this party or this movement, argues that we should have borrowing powers, then we know we are on the right track. We have to be allowed to invest in and secure future prosperity. We know we are moving forward. We know that Scotland can be a more prosperous country. We need the powers to help make it so. Please support this resolution.
Thanks, Duncan. Kenneth has very kindly waived his right to sum up. There are no cards in against. Can I ask, is the resolution passed by acclaim? It is. Thank you very much. Now on Resolution 15 on gender balance, to be moved by Cabinet Secretary Shona Robson and seconded by Councillor Gail Ross. Following that, Sarah Eckford will move the remit back. Please welcome Shona Robson.
Good morning, Conferences. An expression that you can't be what you can't see. And I think that, for me, sums up the position that too many girls and women in society don't see women in many roles in society. And if they don't see women in those roles, then our girls get the message that those roles are not for them. And that's something we have to change. And what an opportunity, Conference, we have to change that with the first woman leader of our party and the first woman First Minister in Scotland, because that sends out a message to every girl in this country that there is no office too high, no role in society too big for them to do. What a fantastic message we can send. But it's important we follow that through into the everyday lives, every opportunity, particularly in public life. We need to make sure that we have a critical mass of women in leadership roles in public life, because that sends a very strong message. And we can do that very effectively through our public boards. And let me be clear on this, it's not just about women. It's about every section of society that is underrepresented in public life. But what we do know is that if you get representation on gender right, then that helps to make sure that other groups that are underrepresented in our society also get into positions within public life. I should also say that the Scottish Government has done a lot of work on this, and from the position that we inherited back in 2007, we've done a lot of work to bring more women into public life, and that has been quite effective. But there's still a long way to go. So we have put forward proposals under the Women on Board, Equality Through Diversity, to bring in more measures which this resolution refers to, because I believe we do need positive action measures to make sure that, for example, we have a minimum of 40% of women on our public boards, because that's the tipping point. We know that that breaks through the glass ceiling, and that critical mass of women means it paves the way for others to come through as well. But in order to do that, Conference, we need control over equality legislation. That is not something we can do within the powers of devolution as it stands. So, over the last few months, I've written to the UK Government on a number of occasions about this matter, and I have the latest reply here from Jo Swinson, who is the Minister for Women and Equalities in the UK Government. And she says, while I'm sympathetic to the objectives that you've described in your letter, it would be inappropriate for me to express a view on your specific request for the making of a Section 30 order at present. A Section 30 order would basically transfer the power over equalities to the Scottish Parliament. She says that we should await the Smith Commission. Now, of course, the Scottish Government and the SNP's submission to the Smith Commission calls for the full devolution of equality legislation. But all I would say to Jo Swinson is, if she's sympathetic to this, and we know that the Labour Party are sympathetic to this, then shouldn't we just get on with it to make Scotland a fairer society? So I urge you to support the resolution. I think we can send a very strong message from this conference today. We are in a great position to lead by example with our first woman leader and first woman First Minister, but we need to lead through all sections of society, all public life, and by passing this resolution today, Conference, you can send a very strong message that that's exactly what we intend to do. Thank you.
Christina McKelvey will second the resolution, to be followed by Sarah Eckford, who will move the remit back. Can I have a formal seconder to the remit back? Yes, there is a formal seconder. Thank you. Christina.
Good morning, Conference. Gail Ross nearly had a flaky there when she realised that Derek had called her name, and I just wondered whether Derek just didn't want me up on this stage. Oh, I told him I'd make him pay. Conference, I have a vision for a Scotland where men and women have equal opportunities in life, equal access to support, equal access to power, equal access to resources, that they feel safe and secure, and all their human rights are protected. For some women, it's not the glass ceiling that's the problem, it's the sticky floor. That's the biggest barrier, is getting off the sticky floor. And as we can see, this party has grown immensely. And I know last year at conference, and I'm sure Derek will let us know at the end of this conference, we had 50% of our women speaking 50% of the debates last year, and I think we're on course to do the same this year. So as a party, we have changed, and that was last year. Just think what we can do this year with all these new members, eh? But as a proud member of the Women's 50-50 campaign, I believe our new confident nation needs to move on with this. We need to move on with the time. Our new First Minister, which is going to be an amazing day on Tuesday and Wednesday, an amazing day, I think I might be crying. But our new First Minister and our party leader, Nicola Sturgeon, spoke with great eloquence when she addressed this issue a few weeks ago. And I wanted to quote her because she says, "The need to act to unify Scotland, to move forward as one." That's a fantastic quote, because we do need to do this. Sadly, there is still significant gender inequality in our public boards, but our Scottish Parliament does not have the power, as we've heard from Shona. The Women on Board Quality Through Diversity report that the Scottish Government did was a consultation earlier this year, proposed many, many measures to achieve that gender equality, and Shona has been pushing non-stop at Jo Swinson's door. I think maybe we need to just get the high heels on and kick it down, Shona. So we do need to have control over all of the equalities legislation. We need that devolved to Scotland because this imbalance needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed now. And Engender, who's a fantastic organisation I've worked with in many campaigns and in many groups over the year, have got a short table in their report on independence, on the opportunities for Scotland and independence. I'm just going to read it very quickly to you. The report is the care gap. 62% of unpaid carers are women. Twice as many female carers as male carers receive benefits at a rate of £1.70 per hour. That's not even the minimum wage. The freedom gap. Every 13 minutes a woman in Scotland experiences violence. The income gap. Twice as many women as men rely on benefits and tax credits. Women are 95% of the lone parents who receive income support. The pay gap, which we've heard a lot of great speeches in the pensions debate. Women earn 13% less than men as full-time workers and 34% than men as part-time workers. The power gap, only 15% of senior police, 25% of senators in the College of Justice in Scotland. I've just lost my picture. And 10% of the UK national newspaper editors and 8% of directors in the Financial Times 250 firms are women. And the representation gap, only 36% of us women are MSPs, 17% MEPs, 24% councillors, 3% council leaders. Come on, my female council colleagues, get in there. And 26% of trade union leaders. That shows you the gaps that still exist at every level. And the women's suffrage movement have been fighting for this for over 100 years. The job's not done, ladies. The job's not done, guys, because we need you on board as well. And in the People's Palace in Glasgow, there's an old banner there for the Glasgow suffrage movement. And do you know what's embroidered on it? Now's the day and now's the hour. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Now is the day, now is the hour. We don't want preferential treatment. We just want equality. Support the motion.
Thank you, Christina. Sarah Eckford will move the remit back, to be followed by Christine Graham, who will move the direct negative.
Conference, I'll try and keep this short. I deeply respect both Shona and Nicola, Christina as well, and all the women in the party. I agree with most of the resolution, but what I cannot agree to is the mention of quotas. Quotas for anything lead to positive discrimination, which may seem like a good thing, but as anyone who has studied equal opportunities knows, positive discrimination can be just as damaging as negative discrimination, and therefore I cannot, in all conscience, support this resolution as it stands. I think it deserves to be debated slightly further, and I urge you to remit back and come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Okay. Hang on.
Very nerve-wracking.
It's okay. I know it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. And Christina Graham to move the direct negative, to be followed by Councillor Gail Ross to speak in favour
I had a
of the
feeling I need my tin hat on for this one, but I don't really care. I do not support the government's policy. There's a breaking news. I don't support the Scottish government in everything it does. And I think the last speaker made very, many valid points. Much of this resolution is absolutely right. There are huge barriers to women. They are systemic. They are subtle. They are sometimes obvious. But the solution is not a blunt instrument of quotas, which does no favours to women, does no favours to men, and if it's to be incremental for other, quotes, disadvantaged groups, will do no favours to them. Now, you may say to yourself, it's okay for you, Christine. You know, you've done it. You've been a teacher, you've been a lawyer, you get married, you get divorced, you've done the whole routine. You've been in Parliament 15 years, and you're still working and you're a pensioner. And I am lucky. I was lucky for parental support and encouragement in the times where women didn't necessarily have it. And we do need to do things to encourage women. And we do need role models. But you see, Nicola Sturgeon didn't get there because of quotas. She got there because she's damn good. So I say to Shona and Christina, for whom I have high regard, we'll see what they say about me, I absolutely support everything you say, but please, when I look at our front bench and I look at our group of MSPs and our MEPs and our MPs, I know the women got there because they're good. I didn't think they got there to make up a quota or a number. I find that patronising. I don't want it to be done. If you can't support me, which I will understand, will you please support the remit back? I know it's not PC. I know people want to be seen to do the right thing. I absolutely want to do the right thing. But bear in mind, when you look at this party, what has ever stopped a woman in this party getting anywhere? And I don't want people to be in places simply because they make up 40% quality or not quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina and Gail Ross will speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Ian White, who will speak against the resolution.
Thank you, Derek, and sorry about that mix-up, but once you hear my speech, I think you'll realise that Christine's was a lot more appropriate to second it than mine is going to be. I want to talk a little bit about the attitudes towards women in the workplace and tell you about an experience that I had recently with our local paper. A regular columnist called The Man Deleted wanted to talk about the possible creation of a Caithness County Council, and it was as follows, quote, "Minister for a Women, Gail Ross will be the front runner to occupy this post. It's an important role because the voices of women need to be heard and their voices respected. If nothing else, the Caithness County Council will never be accused of creating a glass ceiling of sexist attitudes, preventing women breaking through into the rarefied atmosphere of political power. Mrs. Ross's primary responsibilities will include advising women on skirt lengths, makeup and nail varnish suitable for the workplace. It gets better. Making sure they know how to make a good cup of tea for their male colleagues. Remembering male colleagues' wives' birthdays. Learning how to flutter eyelashes and simper helplessly. Knowing when not to interrupt a man when he's speaking. Resisting the temptation to make a male colleague look stupid as if. Letting him down gently when he invites her for a drink before going home to his wife and family. After all, this is politics. This way, the women in the workplace will be a useful adornment and allow men to concentrate on the more important things." Unquote. Yeah. You can imagine when I read this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So what did I do? I did the only thing that I could do, and I replied, quote, "Dear Sir, I read with interest the diary of a man deleted, and I am flattered by the suggestion that I would be a shoo-in for the Minister for Women in a future Caithness County Council, although I think I might do things a little bit differently to what he suggests. In his list of responsibilities, he failed to mention advice on how to maintain a successful family work-life balance, striving for equal pay, becoming a leader, a strong female role model, and rising above perceptions, real or otherwise, of misogyny in the workplace and beyond." He also seems a bit out of touch with female fashion and grooming. Nail varnish has seen a bit of a decline in the office recently. Successful women are now using gels and shellacs. More staying power, you'll find. Of course, as Caithness County Council would believe in equality, as I'm sure Man Deleted does too, I'm certain that there would also be a position for Minister for Imanes, for which I'm sure Man Deleted would be an excellent candidate. As Minister for Imanes, he could make sure that sofas are correctly positioned to gain the maximum enjoyment for watching golf, football and other sports on the TV. He could develop the self-iron so that men no longer need to struggle with a hot iron on a Saturday night before asking a responsible female to take over. He could invent the self-updating diary, which would include all important dates, including his wife's birthday. He could lead the charge of awareness of the toilet seat and why it should be closed and how gravity can assist as well as hinder in such matters. He could organise seminars on how to talk about feelings, relationships, and how males and females can coexist in perfect harmony as long as doors are held open and eye contact is actually focused on the eyes. And of course, he could arrange an annual excursion to Germany to tour the breweries, leaving the good women of Caithness to get on with running the show without distraction from the menfolk. Unquote. Now, it's a light-hearted look at a really serious issue, and we need to stop pretending that's not a problem, because where do the jokes actually end? So yes, the more women we appoint to boards, more women we have in promoted positions, the more women we have in politics, the less these attitudes are acceptable. You'll be familiar with the phrase, "behind every good man is a good woman." I can see the sentiment in that, but I prefer "beside every good man is an equally good woman." Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. And to follow that is Ian White to speak against the resolution, to be followed by Jennifer Dempsey, who will speak in favour of the resolution.
Conference. There are some people that you just do not want to follow at this podium. I speak against this resolution a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but also to introduce a little bit of gender balance to the speakers. The serious point, though, is that equal opportunities does not necessarily lead to equal outcomes. And I would far rather see a good man appointed than a poor woman because of quotas. And I think that point has been made already. To take Christina's point, it is about gender equality. Now, the Scottish Government recently suggested or encouraged boards of public bodies to a 40% female. That is not equality. That is promoting females to boards. What equality would be, if you want to do quotas, would be 40% female and 40% men. That would be equality. And that is something that has been missed. I'm part of an organisation which has got 97 males and 3 females. It is an equal gender organisation. It's just that more males tend to come forward. Recently, they wanted to form a committee of 6. Would you believe that one of the females suggested that that committee should be equal balanced in gender? I actually think she'll make it on her own, and I would far rather see her on the committee appointed with perhaps 5 men than with 3 who are just on quota. But basically, my point is quite simply that if we're going for gender equality, we should go for equality, exactly what Christina has proposed. And if the proposers and seconders of this motion will merely take these points on board, I'd be quite happy to withdraw my objection and support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the final speaker will be Jennifer Dempsey to speak in favour of the resolution. I apologise to all those people I've not been able to call. I have to say a number of speakers have gone over time, and that means I cannot call the additional people. And that's a warning for future debates, that other people don't have the ability to speak because some people have taken too long. But Jennifer is a first-time speaker at conference.
Good morning, conference, and good morning to all our new members who are here with us today, many of whom are women. It's great to see our new party leader and our soon-to-be first female First Minister put equality as an issue front and centre of her leadership priorities. Though obviously not just in terms of equality and gender, campaigning on equal pay and the Get Girls Ahead initiative, tackling the inequality of wealth, and making more progress on narrowing the gap between male and female employment in the news this week. This week we found out that the Scottish Government has helped to reduce the gender gap in employment, with rates falling from 9.4% to 5.4% in contrast to the UK, which actually rising. So that's news which is to be welcomed. I support the introduction of gender quotas on public boards. It's an issue which I totally support, and I know that many of the women here today have grown tired of wondering when they're at work that they're the only women in the room. This move will help set the agenda for our institutions and hopefully business, who for too long have overlooked the importance of women in senior roles. However, I understand what Christine has said, as I come from a position of not naturally supporting quotas and achieving your goals based on merit. However, the Scandinavian countries that we so often look to don't seem to have a problem with doing this. And the fact of the matter is, I don't see how we can make progress without them, as the progress we crave simply isn't happening naturally. Just look at the figures on elected representatives in our Parliament. I think this resolution is only the beginning, and we as a party must go further. And let's be clear, gender equality isn't a women's issue, it's a man's issue too, and it's an issue for all of us. I don't know if you've seen it on YouTube, but I'd urge you all to go and have a look. The talented young actress Emma Watson said recently in her widely acclaimed speech that the UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, she launched the He for She initiative. And she said, "Men, I would like to take this opportunity to extend your formal invitation. Gender equality is your issue too." I hope you're listening, chaps. Both the men and women in the SNP should embrace the huge opportunity of the new membership, and through some proactive measures support and educate the enthusiastic new women who have joined, make local politics more accessible and turn that into elected representatives, harnessing our female members' ideas and campaigning for sustainable policy development. I think yesterday's topical resolution will help us widen that talent pool even further, so we have an even better chance of winning big at Westminster, and work for Holyrood to have responsibility for that much-needed equalities legislation. Looking ahead, I think Holyrood elections in 2016 are the real opportunity to look at moving towards 50-50 in candidates at least. We have the opportunity to extend our reach and scope, not just by our policies, but by our actions. As a friend said to me before coming on the hall, you can't expect women to get more involved when you only have branch meetings at a time when most mums are putting their kids to bed. Nicola said last week, my message My simple message is this. If you're good enough and work hard enough, you can achieve anything. There should be absolutely no limits on your ambition. So let's do that as a party, and let's put it to action, both boys and girls. So I welcome this resolution and urge you to help set the agenda on this issue for the country. As a proud member of the 50-50 campaign, I say let's not limit our ambition. So not only for public bodies, but let's aim at businesses and institutions of Scotland, and our party follows suit, both at local and national level, to represent the majority, albeit smaller majority of the population, women. Thank you, Conference, and I urge you to support this resolution.
We now turn to the summing up. In order, would Sarah like to sum up for the remit back? You're perfectly entitled to waive your right, Sarah, if you like.
I'll also make this short. Women should be offered, and not only women, but other minorities as well, should be offered encouragement, should be offered training, and should be offered support. But no one should ever be appointed to anything just because they are a woman, they are a minority race, or they are disabled. And I speak as a disabled woman. Thank you. Remit back.
And Christine Graham would like to sum up. Stand by, Shona.
Unsurprisingly, Leader, I'm not agreeing with the government again. This isn't obviously a pitch for a position as a minister on the cabinet. It was interesting that the sporting speaker, sorry, I missed your name, said he'd rather have a good man than rather a woman to make up the numbers. Let's turn that on its head. I'd rather have a good woman than a man to make up the numbers. It's the making up the numbers that's the problem. And the other issue is, this is incremental. The Cabinet Secretary has said so. This will open the door to other so-called disadvantaged, I hate that term, groups, being into quotas. Where do we stop? People should be there on merit. This does not mean the world is good. The key is equal opportunities. That's where we do the work. We make sure that people who are disadvantaged, for whatever reason, that disadvantage, it disappears, as we tried to display in our campaign for independence. That, for me, is the way to do it. Systemic. Please, not tokenism. I look again to the lady on my right. Is she there because she's a woman? No, she's there because she'll be a great leader. That's why she's there. If you can't vote against it, please don't be frightened. Remit it back.
And Shona Robson will sum up for the resolution.
Thanks very much. Can I say I actually agree with Christine Graham on this point? Nicola Sturgeon absolutely got there where she is on merit. But Conference, it took 80 years for this party to get a woman leader. I don't want it to take another 80 years to get gender equality in Scotland. And let me be clear on this point as well. This is absolutely about merit. This is absolutely about women who have the ability and expertise and qualifications to serve in public life. It will not be just because they're a woman. Of course, they will have absolutely the skills and experience to get that position in public life. But ask yourself this: Why are all these able women who have merit not already on these boards? What is it about the boards? What is it about these boards? Is it because all these men are just so super duper experienced more than the women that they've got on those positions and those women haven't? No, it's not about that. It's about the systemic issues in our society, which are very complex. But, you know, people do tend to appoint people like themselves, and that's what we have to break through and change. This is absolutely not about giving a helping hand to poor women. This is about making sure we tackle the inequality and get those great appointable women on to our public boards. Conference, if we keep doing what we've always done, we'll get the same results. It's time to do something different. It's time to be bold. It's time to use those new equality powers that we will get. I know, Conference, that you'll want to do the bold thing to make Scotland a better, more equal place. Reject the remit back, and let's pass this resolution today.
Okay, delegates, voting cards at the ready. Those in favour of the remit back, please show. Cards down. Those against the remit back, please show. The remit back is defeated. Those in favour of the resolution, please show. Cards down. Those against the resolution, please show. The resolution is carried. And we now turn to Resolution 16. Can I call on human trafficking? Can I call Roderick Campbell to move the resolution, to be followed by Jane Stephen?
Conference, I'm pleased to have the opportunity of moving this motion at a time when the Scottish Government bill on the subject is about to be introduced into the Parliament. I would, however, like to pay tribute to Amnesty International for their 2008 report, Scotland's Slaves, and to the invaluable report into human trafficking in Scotland conducted by the Labour peer Baroness Helena Kennedy on behalf of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. And I should also pay tribute to the work of fellow parliamentarians Jenny Marr of the Labour Party and indeed the co-convener...
Roderick, can I ask that delegates who are leaving the auditorium give the Speaker the courtesy of their silence so the delegates that are staying can hear?
Thank you there. And indeed the co-convener of the cross-party group on human trafficking, Christina McKelvey. What, you may ask, do we mean by human trafficking? Well, it's not new. From the earliest times, people have exploited others, and according to the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, it's now the fastest growing international crime. Trafficking is not, however, about the smuggling of migrants per se. Those who are trafficked are owned like commodities, not simply provided with passage. Indeed, some traffickers go so far as to tattoo their victims to show ownership. It generally operates before the radar and is kept there through fear. It can be the trafficking of individuals for the sex trade. It can be in domestic servitude or forced labour, often in poorly paid agricultural work, or as trafficking for forced criminal acts. Evidence suggests that those involved are vulnerable through poverty and destitution in their home societies. Many have substance abuse problems, some with mental health issues, and many with low self-esteem. Trafficking thrives in communities where people are frightened to speak out. Often those trafficked are trafficked under false pretenses. They're deceived as to the jobs that they are being taken to do. There are more women than men trafficked and generally youthful, but shockingly, some very young victims indeed are trafficked. The perpetrators of human trafficking are often from within the ethnic and national communities which are being exploited, but native traffickers are not unknown. The National Crime Agency in the UK provides some strategic assessment of the nature and scale of trafficking. It found that only 55 people were identified as victims in Scotland last year, and to date there have only been 3 successful prosecutions. But it's likely to be the tip of the iceberg. We shouldn't forget the reluctance of many victims to give evidence, such that although the police have dealt with 73 potential trafficking cases since April this year, only 6 have resulted in a report to the Crown Office. So we should not underestimate the problems we need to overcome. Of those 55, the majority experienced sexual exploitation. The most prevalent countries of origin were Romania, followed by Poland, Slovakia, and Thailand. And it's certainly not confined to Scotland's big cities. In essence, what we're talking about is a modern form of slavery, but it pays no attention to international borders. So it's right that we as a society recognise the need to cooperate across borders. Indeed, I was fortunate enough last month to attend a human trafficking summit in Edinburgh, convened by the Lord Advocate, which was attended by representatives of prosecuting authorities, not only from England and Wales and Northern Ireland, but also from the Republic of Ireland. And they all recognise the need to cooperate. They recognise the benefits, in particular, of the European arrest warrant, which some Tories, in their hatred with anything European on it, were trying hard this week to opt out of altogether. At that summit, we heard from the Crown about an unfortunate case of a girl from Slovakia who was persuaded to come to Scotland and who was the victim of an attempted sham marriage. Indeed, the attempted sham marriage was to be in this fair city of Perth. Up until now, legislation in respect of human trafficking has been piecemeal. And although there is a European directive which obliges member states to set up systems for the early detection, identification and assistance for victims and sets a minimum standard for legislation, it's up to member states to take the issue of legislation forward. Until now in Scotland, we prosecuted trafficking under a variety of pieces of legislation, but the proposed Scottish Government legislation represents a big step forward in pulling them together into a more coherent whole. But it's important that we recognise that legislation does not criminalise victims, that legislation provides proper support to them and as they participate in the often very bewildering justice system. And of course, it's not all about legislation. It's also about increasing awareness of the issue, not only among the general public, but among employers and among those regulating employment, as well as, of course, the police. And that's why the commitment of Police Scotland to this issue is so vitally important. And let's also not forget the role of agencies such as TARA, the Trafficking Awareness Alliance, who do valuable work in supporting the victims of trafficking. Conference, this is an important issue, and I commend it to you.
Thank you, Roderick. And to second is Jane Stephen, who's a first-time speaker at Party Conference.
Good morning, Conference. Thank you to North East 5 constituency branch for submitting this resolution. Scotland needs to comprehensively tackle human trafficking and modern slavery. Protecting the human rights of victims is paramount. Clarifying criminal law will send a strong message to traffickers that Scotland does not welcome their business, the second largest global criminal industry worth $150 billion a year. Victim numbers in Scotland are growing. Victims are often labelled as criminals at present. This must end. Victims deserve victims' rights. I welcome this move to concentrate on supporting victims rather than demonising them and excluding them, compounding their vulnerability. Human trafficking is a gendered issue. Victims, especially those sold for commercial sexual exploitation, the most common reason for trafficking, are disproportionately female. Victims enter Scotland by deception, coercion, or force and are then imprisoned. They are detained in brothels and flats by lock and key, by threats, by physical, sexual and psychological abuse. 1 in 5 of these victims are children. 90% of these children are trafficked for commercial sexual exploitation, in other words, rape. These victims suffer internal injuries, sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancy, drug addiction, post-traumatic stress disorder, long-term mental health problems, malnutrition and dehydration. This is a crime against humanity, and it's happening today, here in Scotland. The commodification of human beings is the ultimate abuse of power. It cannot continue. The torturous reality of daily life of women and girls sold into sexual slavery may be a stomach-churning issue for us to discuss, but our silence will only continue their enslavement. Therefore, I welcome the awareness-raising potential the debate about this bill will generate. It is through greater awareness-raising that we will foster a cultural shift in how we perceive traffic victims and their customers. By changing attitudes, the demand for trafficking will diminish. I'll end with a quote from the late Andrea Dworkin. "As long as any woman anywhere in the world is being bought and sold, none of us are free." Conference, please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. There are no cards in against. Roderick, can I ask if you'd like to waive your right to sum up? You will. Thank you very much. I apologise to those speakers who have been unable to call. Can I ask, Conference, is the resolution passed by acclaim? Okay, thank you. Now we will briefly turn to the results of the internal elections to be given by the National Secretary.
Thank you, Conference. We have the result of the election for National Organisation Convener. The other results will be posted on the party website next week once the counts are complete. In the first round, the result was Douglas Chapman, 279, Graham McCormick, 108, Owen Thompson, 238. In the second count, the result was Douglas Chapman, 337, Owen Thompson, 260, and so Douglas Chapman is elected as National Organisation Convener.
Thank you, and now we turn to the President's Prize, to be presented, of course, by the party's President, Ian Hudgeton, MEP.
Thank you, Convener and fellow delegates. Some said and thought that the two-year referendum campaign was long. It wasn't really, it was just a phase, because many SNP members have been and continue to campaign continuously for independence for Scotland, have done for decades. Winnie Ewing, my predecessor as President of the party, wisely instituted the President's Prize to recognise the contribution, the immense contribution that individuals make to the cause of independence and indeed to the party. There are so many deserving candidates each year that choosing one, I say again, is by far the most difficult thing that I have to do as President of the party. This year's winner, described by fellow members, is tireless, dedicated, inspiring. This year's winner is a stalwart and a very active campaigner in the SNP since joining in 1982, which was during the Glasgow Hillhead by-election. Prior to joining the SNP, though, my winner was a very active campaigner in another capacity, and that was in the 1970s Women's Lib campaign, as it was, or movement as it was then. And she came to recognise that just as she strongly believed in personal independence, it was entirely logical to have a commitment to independence for her country too. Glasgow Hillhead became Kelvin, and my prize winner is still a key part of campaigning in that constituency, bringing a wealth of experience and a huge amount of energy to the referendum campaign, and no doubt a good example of why Glasgow said yes. Some will have guessed that I refer to Liz Quinn. Liz has held almost every office in branch and constituency, in fact everyone except Treasurer, she said, which she wouldn't touch for complicated reasons. She served as election agent. She has played a key role in ensuring that new members are always welcomed and that branch meetings are made more interesting and inspiring, and that she could get a prize for that alone. I think it would be worthwhile. She's travelled the country to help out in by-elections, and I'm sure many of you will recognise her when she comes up here if you don't already know. In short, a classic example of what the President's Prize was and is all about. So I have great pleasure in inviting Liz Quinn to come up here now and to accept from me what can only be a token of appreciation for everything that she has done and continues to do. Liz Quinn.
I am really surprised and delighted to be given this prize. As when I was first told very recently that I was to be the recipient this year, I was rendered speechless, which people who know me will find that a wee bit surprising. However, when I did recover the power of speech, my first thought was, they only give this to old people. Am I now in that category? I have to say that I am very grateful and I am delighted to have this, and I am part of a wonderful machine in Kelvin and have been for 30-odd years. It's been a tremendous lifetime doing what I've been doing there. I've loved every minute of it, and it's just wonderful to be a cog in the Kelvin machine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, and congratulations, Liz. And you may have noticed that the National Secretary misused his power to take a photograph on the platform, but that's the one privilege he's allowed in this conference. It is now time for a real highlight to our party conference, to have an address from a very close friend of the party. I think it's wonderful to have Leanne Wood, AM, with us, the leader of Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
What a lovely welcome. Gyfeillion, friends. It's a great pleasure to be back here in Scotland. It's a place I've come to know quite well in recent months. And I'd like to begin by saying from all of us in Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, llongyfarchiadau mawr. Congratulations to you all. You have started a democratic revolution. Not only have you inspired and empowered thousands of previously disillusioned people in Scotland, your grassroots movement and its enthusiasm has reverberated far beyond your country. I was proud to campaign alongside you, and I'm very glad to be able to be here in person to wish Alex Salmond our very best wishes for the future. And also to say thank you for the years of friendship that I am sure will continue for many years to come. It's also good to be able to be here to offer my congratulations in person to my friend Nicola Sturgeon. And I'm looking forward to working closely with your new leader, your new First Minister in the coming months. We face a UK election in a matter of a few short months, and already attempts are being made to lock out the alternatives to the 4 shades of Westminster grey. I reiterate today, it is undemocratic and it is unacceptable for broadcasters to deny people the opportunity to hear from and to scrutinise all major party leaders from all of the nations that make up this British state. It should not be an England-only debate. Viewers in England have a right to know what our priorities will be when the SNP and Plaid Cymru hold the balance of power in Westminster after the next election. As members of both the SNP and Plaid Cymru, we know, and we have known for many years, that the Westminster system is broken. And it is why we want to bring our governments home to the nations. We understand that the best decisions are made when power is held in the hands of the people. And this is where the Westminster parties are still yet to grasp the irreversible changes that have occurred. It is the peoples of the nations of the UK who are sovereign, not Westminster. And that new reality must be reflected as the relationships between our countries are reconstructed in the coming months. And that means 2 things. First, a comprehensive transfer of powers from Westminster to the nations. And crucially, on matters that are not transferred, there must be a forum where the different governments of the UK can come together as equals to make decisions jointly. Let me outline why this is so crucial. We have a democratic deficit in the UK that directly impacts upon the people of Wales and the people of Scotland. Neither voted for the current government. Neither Wales nor Scotland voted for the brutality of austerity. Austerity that is leading to the dismantling of the welfare state. A welfare state that was hard won in no small part by those returning from the front line after the Second World War. Their legacy should not result in people today suffering on the breadline. And though we will fight for as many decisions affecting our people to be made by our people in their respective nations, we cannot allow ourselves to be left voiceless and powerless on non-devolved matters. Now, I know of one matter that is of particular interest here in Scotland. Defence will likely remain reserved to the UK government for the time being, at least. And don't the people of Wales and Scotland abhor weapons of mass destruction? Would we not prefer instead to spend that money on public services, on hospitals, on schools? And so it is right, fair, and democratic that any decisions made about the purchase and location of weapons of mass destruction require universal support from the governments of the UK. I want a reformed UK Ministerial Council consisting of the governments of the UK to include a provision whereby the wishes of our people are not just heard, but adhered to. Reserved powers should mean shared powers. And let me make it clear that a Plaid Cymru government in Wales from 2016 will insist on major decisions at a UK level needing consensus between the governments, or at the very least, an option to opt out. Now, the people power that grew from a grassroots movement in Scotland and during the referendum campaign will spread, and it will result in power being delivered to the people. A new state may not have been born in September, but you have built a new democracy, and no party, no government can disestablish that. The so-called vow made by the Unionist parties in the last hours of the referendum campaign was not their vow to make. It was the people's to demand, and now their demands must be met. Our two countries, Wales and Scotland, are on our respective national journeys. We had to start from scratch in Wales in 1999 without the foundations that you managed to retain since the Treaty of Union. But for too long in Wales, Westminster politicians have used that as an excuse to put brakes on our national progression. They still don't agree that Wales should catch up with Scotland. Plaid Cymru's ambitions for Wales are not about playing catch-up with anyone. For us, it's about securing a basic principle of parity. Wales is a nation, not a region of the UK. Whatever the... And that means, whatever the going rate for devolution is for the devolved nations, that at the very least, we demand and expect the same for our own country. Because rebalancing power and wealth in Britain must mean parity, it must mean equity. Drip-feed devolution to Wales, whilst other parts are treated differently, is no longer acceptable. Like Scotland, Wales has historically always paid more than its fair share. Our coal, iron, steel, it powered the world. But when others decided that they no longer wanted our natural resources, they intentionally deindustrialized our communities. And since then, a small few in a square mile in London have got rich quick at the expense of the rest of us. The imbalance experiment is over. It has failed. It has almost bankrupted the entire British state. And the result has been growing inequality, ever greater wealth gaps. So Plaid Cymru wants Wales to have the powers to thrive and the resources to flourish. We want to see a new industrial revolution that will create opportunities and prosperity. But crucially, we want the powers for Wales that will ensure that the fruits of our next industrial revolution are felt by all, in all parts, and are not concentrated in the hands of the few. I joined Plaid Cymru because I have always recognised that the national movement and the movement for social justice go hand in hand, complementary forces that can unlock the national potential as well as the people's potential. It is what I envisage will drive both our parties when we hold the balance of power after the next UK general election. Bringing powers home so that we can strengthen the social fabric of our countries, to deliver prosperity for all, but to reinvigorate our social solidarity too. So many people expected the referendum result to silence Scotland and to put us all back in our place. They will never cease to underestimate the national movements, but they are mistaken. The surge in support for your party since the referendum reflects not just the nature of the invigorating Yes campaign, but the political character of your country now. No nation can go through such an engaging democratic renewal and ever be the same again. I was proud that so many members of Plaid Cymru stood shoulder to shoulder with you during that campaign. And our two parties and our two countries will continue to stand together in the coming months to win for our peoples. Together, we are on a journey that will result in Wales and Scotland standing together as two proud, independent countries. I will leave you with this. September the 18th was not the end. It was just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne, for that fantastic address. That ends this session, and I'll see you all, I'm sure, in good time for the afternoon session. Thank you very much, conference. Shortly, just a few announcements that I think will make some people very happy. The winner of the Gallon draw from Murray SMP, the malt whisky draw, are Ian Paul, you've won, bottle, waiting to be collected. Joan McAlpine, Jai Calder, Tom McGowan and Kirsty Boyle. You've all won some whisky. And that can be collected from the stall. Now, and there's more. The host committee, you can also collect, the winners can collect their prizes from the stall. Perth, of course, the whisky raffle. The winners are Gordon Smith, Duncan Mackay, Isabel Smith, John Wallace, M. Paris, Eric McCrosty, and Robin Sturgeon. My thoughts exactly. Congratulations, and go and collect your bottles. Not right now, because you'll not get back in the auditorium, I don't think, but when you can before the close of conference. And we've got 2 minutes to go. Chat amongst yourselves. Okay. Well, delegates, welcome back to this session of conference. First of all, we turn to the Westminster election campaign, and then I'm delighted to take this section of the session will be Angus Robertson, MP, the party's campaigns director. Angus Robertson.
Thank you very much, Derek. And conference, I don't know if you're ready to hear this, but there are just over 170 days from the next Westminster elections. Just when you thought there was no shoe leather left on your shoes from the last months and years of campaigning for the independence referendum,
there are now just over 20 campaigning weekends left. Yeah, that's including Christmas, by the way. At this point, can I say, I've now been coming back every conference for the last few years to talk about the independence referendum, and this is my first formal opportunity to say to all of you, to everybody out there in the SNP and in the wider Yes movement, a huge thank you for all of your efforts. You have transformed Scotland. Now, of course, we would far rather be taking part in an SNP conference having won the referendum, of course. But most observers never thought we would come as close as we did. And we did tremendous things throughout Scotland. We re-engaged politics in a way that few people, perhaps even ourselves, imagined, from the first tentative steps of the community meetings that we initiated, that then turned into the largest meetings that were held in many parts of the country, turning up to canvassing days and not knowing anybody else who was there. Common experience, sort of thinking, who are you? And I have to say, one of the things that was most encouraging for me was, given the disappointment that we all had, I sent out some messages, and maybe you did the same thing. I sent out some messages immediately after the referendum to people who were not in the SNP but had been part of the campaign, and saying thank you to them, and saying there would always be a warm welcome for them in the SNP. And the overwhelming majority who responded said, thanks very much, I've already joined. and the rest of them were about to. And that's hugely encouraging. And the fact that we have 85,000 plus members is breathtaking. And now we just need to get it over 100,000, and I'm sure we're going to be very focused on that. Anyway, I'm here to thank you. While saying my thank yous to you on your behalf, I should also perhaps say thank yous to everybody who worked as part of the campaign formally, those who worked in and for Yes Scotland, those who worked in the SNP headquarters, those who worked with all the sectoral groups. Without the volunteers, without the staff, we would not have got the result that we did. We would not have come nearly as close as we did. So please, can you show your appreciation the usual way for everybody who worked so hard. Thank you. So, the Westminster election campaign focus, that's what this is all about. And I think we realize that there is a lot at stake, and we must do everything to defeat the UK coalition parties and their austerity agenda that is so hated in Scotland and elsewhere in the UK. We must also ensure that we replace the Labour dinosaurs, that we end the banish the office branch mentality that wasn't allowed to oppose the bedroom tax by the UK Labour leadership until it had made up its mind. There is no future for the Labour Party in Scotland. They deserve to be finished. The people deserve a lot better than the Labour Party, and we will work hard to be worthy of their trust. And the SNP has a historic opportunity to win this forthcoming election in Scotland, to ensure that Scotland gets the powers that were promised, the solemn vow, and to resist the worst excesses of the UK political parties. And the SNP is in amazing shape going into these Westminster elections. Our poll ratings are amazing. Our membership numbers are unprecedented. We have more members than all other political parties in Scotland added together. For those... For those who haven't heard this statistic, this is particularly gobsmacking for me. There are more members of the SNP trade union group now than there are in the Labour Party. It's amazing. Now, all of this is fantastic news, but but we have a huge job to do, and we take nothing for granted. We have to complete our candidate selections. We need to build on the amazing doorstep and community campaigning of the recent months and years. And we need to work as hard as we can to elect SNP MPs the length and breadth of Scotland. And the length and breadth of Scotland, I think, is the key part of that sentence for me, because I think now, for the first time, we can actually think about winning Westminster parliamentary seats in parts of Scotland that we never, ever thought was possible, and we need to get on with that. And we are very fortunate because we have a great range of potential candidates who've already gone forward to vetting, and the vetting procedures of the party are ongoing. This helps candidates onto the rolling register and then allows them to be considered for selection by local party members, by you. And Headquarters is working hard to expedite vetting, and there are many people coming forward for vetting. So patience, please, if you haven't yet got the date, but it will be along shortly. And great efforts are being made by our colleagues in Headquarters and those in the vetting committees. And I know, for example, that there's a special vetting session in the forthcoming SNP Women's Conference. Local liaison committees have started meeting to set selection timetables, and Headquarters has urged for all nominations to be closed by the 31st of December. So for those of you still to make up your mind whether you might put your name forward or be considered as a candidate, time is of the essence. All selections will be completed shortly thereafter. Now, yesterday, this conference passed a very important resolution which will allow the party to potentially consider a wider pool of candidates. There are a large number of new talented SNP members and people from the wider Yes movement who would not be eligible to stand according to the rules as they currently stand. But with the National Executive Committee and National Council now mandated to look at this, we can ensure the strongest slate of candidates for the next Westminster general election, which of course will be determined by yourselves as members of the party in your local selection contest. So can I strongly encourage everyone who would consider a candidacy to go forward to vetting, and for local parties to ensure a broad range of potential candidates to choose from, both men and women. I'm already hearing reports back from many parts of the country that there's a great interest in potential candidacies, and the Westminster SNP group would be delighted to see our numbers swell. At this stage, I'd like to put on record a huge appreciation to my colleagues, to Stuart Hosey, to Angus McNeill, Ailey Whiteford, Pete Wishart, Mike Weir, and our dedicated staff team, as well as our colleagues in Plaid Cymru. They do a fantastic job. A huge thank you to you all. Now, we will be able to do much, much more with many more MPs, perhaps even holding the balance of power in the next Parliament. Now, some people think, some observers, right, looking at the press gallery, might think that it would be unlikely that we might hold the balance of power. They've obviously forgotten that we currently hold the balance of power at Westminster because, of course, there is a non-Tory majority there at the present time. I don't know how many of you remember it was Douglas Alexander who refused the prospect of working with the SNP in this Parliament, meaning we have a Tory government, because Labour let it happen. Labour let it happen. Next year, there's no point in voting Labour in Scotland. We will probably end up getting a Tory government in those circumstances. There's no point voting for Ed Miliband. He's not even trusted within his own party. And there's no point voting for a party that abstained on so many key votes and with the Tories on so many others. Labour voted with the Tories on 6 occasions on devolution. That's in this Parliament, against new powers for the Scottish Parliament. They also voted with the Tories on at least 2 occasions on returning powers from Scotland to Westminster. Labour shamefully voted for the Tory welfare cap. They walked through the Tory lobbies on bombing Iraq with no plan to win the peace. Labour also abstained on many, many votes that really matter to their constituents. Labour abstained on a budget vote against cutting the top rate of tax. Labour abstained on a key public sector pensions bill vote. Labour abstained on the rise in VAT in the finance bill. Labour abstained on devolving air passenger duty. And just wait for this. On a key vote, on the key vote on the bedroom tax, 47 Labour MPs weren't even present. And that includes 10 from Scotland. It's worth reminding ourselves which 10 Labour MPs couldn't be bothered. Couldn't be bothered. The 10 included Jim Murphy. Jim Murphy couldn't be bothered to vote against the bedroom tax. Gordon Brown couldn't be bothered to vote against the bedroom tax. Anna Sarwar couldn't be bothered to vote against the bedroom tax. Douglas Alexander couldn't be bothered to vote against the bedroom tax. The list goes on. Brian Donohoe, Frank Doran, Jimmy Hood, David Alexander, Anne McKay, and Pamela Nash. They didn't turn up. If they and their colleagues had turned up, the government majority of 26 votes would have been overturned. Now, do you know the reason? Do you know the reason why they didn't vote? They were paired with the Tories. They were paired with the Tories, so they didn't bother to vote. Better Together lives on for Labour and the Tories, but not for their constituents. That is a reason why we must defeat the Labour Party in the Westminster elections next year. Now, Labour has an appalling record, and it's only outstripped by the even worse record of the Tories and the Liberal Democrats, who initiated the bedroom tax, who cut taxes for millionaires, and have been hitting the vulnerable and disabled hardest. When you thought it couldn't get any worse, they're tacking even further to the right. They're trying to pander to the worst of the Europhobic extremists in UKIP and on the Tory backbenches. They're doing it on immigration. They're doing it to damage our economy by pulling us out of the European Union. And their narrow-mindedness even extends to opposing legal cooperation, which brings criminals to justice only because it is European. And a Convention on Human Rights of the UK would join that dictatorship, Belarus, as the only European countries outside the safeguards on the European Convention of Human Rights. That would be a disgrace. So we've ruled out working with the Tories, and it's quite right. We will never work with the Tories at Westminster. We are, however, prepared, with all the caveats of the bad track record that they have, of working with other mainstream parties to deliver more powers for Scotland, to grow our economy, advance social justice. We will work constructively to help the poorest in our society, and we will maintain Scotland's membership of the European Union, which is so important to our economy and exporting industries. We will always put Scotland's interests first. So for all of those reasons, we must work very hard between now and the Westminster elections, those 170-odd days. I wish all aspiring candidates well. Thanks to the preparations that are already underway in candidate selections across the country, and for the local campaigning that has continued since the referendum. Can I finish with a very special message, however, and that is to all new members of the SNP. How many people in the hall have never been to an SNP conference before? You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Your energy, your enthusiasm will, together with those of us, now the minority in the SNP who joined more than 6 weeks ago, together we will work to help secure an SNP victory in the Westminster elections next year. And to all of you watching at home, I see some cameras on around the hall, little red lights saying we are being broadcast. So to all of you who are watching at home, thinking, I agree with the SNP, I wish them well, join us. Join us. Join us now. www.snp.org. No, hold on, now they can't hear you. Now they can't hear the web address. Quiet, please. www.snp.org/join. It only takes a couple of minutes. Take us over 100,000. We're taking nothing for granted. We'll work very hard between now and the UK general election, which we hope to win with your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angus, which takes us to the membership section of conference. And Angus has given a very warm welcome to those first-time delegates here at conference, but to all of our new members across the country, a very warm welcome. When I took over as business convener some 3 years ago, the membership of the party was at 18,000, and the leader of the party set a challenge to double that membership. Well, before the referendum, I may not have achieved it then, but on our way to conference, we had 82,000 members. I was going to give you this morning's figure, which was 85,272. That was the figure this morning. Wait for it, wait for it. The membership of the Scottish National Party right now is 85,884 members. And it's a pleasure to have members join from across the country. But of course, the new leader wants it to be 100,000 members of the SNP. So to assist you, we thought we'd launch a recruitment drive. So, as well as the website, we've now got a leaflet to recruit new members to the Scottish National Party, and they can be collected by all branches if there's any left at this stage. The way you consume leaflets is beyond belief, but outside the main entrance to the concert hall. And of course we'll produce more to give as many people the opportunity to join the SNP as we can. So big is our party that we even have to book venues like the Hydro to fit you all in, which is fantastic. But conference, across our branches, we've been greeting our new members, multiplying the people who normally attend our branches. And I would like you to hear from some of our new members now, a number of new members, and first we'll hear and give them a very warm welcome. Our first is Anam Kaiser, who will speak to us on their perspective of joining the Scottish National Party as a new member.
My grandfather came from Pakistan in the 1960s and always voted for the Labour Party. He would encourage all of us to tick the box with the red rose, as his English wasn't great. It was with this influence that I was naturally attracted to politics from a very young age. And I went to my first party event at the tender age of 9. But don't get me wrong, I still questioned the Labour Party, and especially when Tony Blair invaded Iraq. Now, when the debate on independence referendum started up, I, as a member of Labour, naturally supported the no camp. Truth be told, however, I was only doing so as I was sticking simply to party line. Eventually, though, I started reading independent articles and was drawn to the Yes movement, which was diverse, exciting, but most importantly, had a vision for the people of Scotland. I have loved every moment of it during the referendum campaign. The whole movement was so broad, yet so close. It reminded me of a large family where we all have a common line of thinking. My priority has always been to campaign in the interests of the people of Scotland, for everyone in Scotland. The Labour Party clearly no longer does so. We had Gordon Brown state during the referendum that he would prefer a UKIP-Tory coalition in next year's general election opposed to voting for independence. Then came Joanne Lamont, smiling outside Asda, when they announced that they may raise prices in an independent Scotland. A party for the working class, eh? I wonder if this is the vision that the greats, such as Keir Hardie, had for the party. The tipping point. The tipping point for me, though, as a proud Scottish Asian Muslim, was when Miliband and Labour backed airstrikes in Iraq during the last week of September. Now, of course, these extremists are not representatives of Islam, but killing terrorists will not kill their ideologies. Did we not learn this? Did Labour not learn this with Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan? One would assume that with hindsight, it would have provided guidance to the Labour Party. Yet they decided, against the will of the Scottish people, to support it. Yet the SNP MPs voted against. They listened to the people of Scotland. I refuse to be a member of the Labour Party, which is a party motivated only by political gain. The interests of the SNP are you, your neighbour, your local shopkeeper, the nurse, the dentist, the doctor and the retail assistant. The interests of the SNP are the people of Scotland. This party... This party and its members should be so proud of being so diverse. There are no barriers of race or religion. And at the core of the party is the fundamental stance to represent the people of Scotland and not to pander to the tunes of Westminster and the racist far-right political parties. Campaigning during the independence referendum alongside SNP members, and now as a member, I find the party incredibly exciting. The enthusiasm is pretty infectious. It is clear from SNP members and elected politicians alike that there is a real passion for serving the people of Scotland in their interests. And even though we didn't receive the result we wanted in the referendum, that passion has not at all deteriorated. I am so excited to be one of the new members of the Scottish National Party, and I am sure that with the passion and energy I have witnessed since the referendum and this weekend at conference, that we will win and win big next year, at next year's election and elections to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That was wonderful. And now we'll hear from another ex-member of the Labour Party, Paul Leinster.
Thanks very much. It's been such a pleasure being at conference these past few days, and I'm so pleased that I've been given the opportunity to share with you my journey to the SNP. I joined the Labour Party in 2006, thinking I was joining a party who would campaign for social justice, who would work to take children out of poverty and protect and enhance workers' rights, a party who understood my aspirations and the aspirations of this country. But I came to realise that the Labour Party, the ideals upon which the Labour Party was founded are no longer the ideals that the party holds. For me, and so many Labour members, this was really brought into focus during the referendum campaign when the Labour Party campaigned side by side with the Tories, when they refused to present a positive vision for the country and told us again and again what we couldn't do instead of what we could. I got involved with the Yes campaign because, for me, the ideals of social democracy, strong workers' rights, and eliminating poverty are best delivered by the full political and economic powers which independence would bring. I volunteered I volunteered with my local Yes group in Glasgow's Cathcart constituency and ended up coordinating that campaign along with my friend and party member Kirsty McAlpine. Knocking on doors in places like Castlemilk, which for so many years were Labour strongholds, it became so clear to me that the Labour Party had failed these communities. It failed to lift children and families out of poverty, failed to reinvigorate these deprived areas, and failed to provide meaningful work and education opportunities for the people who most need them. It became clear to me that the only party who could really deliver the change that these communities need is the SNP. And as a trade unionist too, I could not see any vision from the Labour Party to increase workers' rights, to combat poverty wages, or to improve working conditions for those most in need. So for me, it became obvious the best party to stand up for workers' rights in this country is the SNP. And like so many former Labour Party members who are motivated by the same kind of issues that I am, I made the decision to join the party. Delegates, the record of the Scottish National Party in government speaks for itself. We are the party who stands up for the vulnerable in society. We are the party who stands up for workers, and we are the party who stands up for Scotland as a whole. We are Scotland's party of social justice, and to the Labour members who remain, I appeal to you to join us. If your experience is anything like mine, then you will be warmly welcomed into this party. In the SNP, you will find like-minded people who share your ideals and aspirations, and in the SNP, you will find a home. Conference, I look forward to working with all of you in 2015 and beyond to achieve the fairer, more equal society that this party stands for and that we all want to create. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and now I'm delighted to introduce Carol McDonald.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Caroline McDonald and I come from Renfrew. I became involved in my local Yes campaign group run by Derek here. In the last 2 weeks running up to the referendum, I got involved in canvassing, delivering letters, out giving information at stalls, trying to engage with the community. I found this group in the Yes campaign to be welcoming, passionate about independence, and most importantly, their professionalism really seeped out. After the count took place in Paisley, I was gutted as I watched the No campaigners cheer. It was difficult to take. The next morning, I felt so emotional. However, this feeling soon turned into anger as I watched David Cameron dismiss Scotland very quickly. At this point, I realised that I had to do something positive to keep the dream alive. After all, the level of energy in the street was amazing. I decided to join the SNP because I was so impressed by the group in Renfrew. I feel that the SNP share my core values of social justice and equality. All I can say is thank you for running such a positive campaign, which was difficult, really because the No campaigner, they seem to have just more kind of information out there, and I feel social media really helped me get the information I needed. So that was a great thing indeed. I have never felt so proud to be Scottish, and I feel so empowered. Thank you to the SNP for your inspiration and belief in an independent Scotland. I believe there will be one day, and this is just the beginning. Thank you.
And finally, Kirstine Fraser.
Hello. I am what they politely term a lapsed member, so... but I've returned home to the SNP. This is quite actually an emotional moment for me. I was asked to explain what the Yes campaign meant to me. And it meant the absolute world to me because it meant Scotland finally taking its place within the world. In the early days of the campaign, I was asked as a trade union member to make a speech at the STUC regarding a just Scotland. I had a vision of a Scotland that was fair for its workers, for its people, rather than banks, which we have seen so far from both the Labour government and its successive Conservative government. There is absolutely no chance of a Labour government, a condemned government, or just a Conservative government of ever being fair to the workers of this country, because they only see Scotland as a means to an end. The Yes campaign to me was a revelation. It was absolutely wonderful to hear so many debates from people that I'd never ever thought would be politically minded. And to actually hear people on council estates, in nursing homes, in workplaces, in pubs, which of course you know is the hub of all political activity, actually debating and caring about the future of their nation. Although the referendum was on the 18th of September, the momentum that we built up during the Yes campaign can never, ever be allowed to be extinguished. That's what Westminster wants. They want us to go home defeated and cowed, and it's not going to happen. This fire's not going to be extinguished. The other thing I'm glad to say, obviously, after returning to the SNP and being very glad that I did, is that I've rejoined the SNP trade union group, which is quite big, you may have noticed. I'm also glad to say that 3 out of 4 of the speakers tonight are all members of that same group, so Labour, we're coming for you. The other thing I want to mention, and I think has been wonderful as well, that the SNP has a first female leader, is that I felt that the Yes campaign was one of the most empowering campaigns for women that the UK has ever seen, probably since the suffrage movement. There's nothing better than seeing so many women in this room, so many wonderful female speakers tonight, having a brilliant female leader. The future for women and the people of Scotland in general is fantastic, and I cannot wait to get to work. And I hope you can all help support the trade union group as we move on forward, because we have a lot of people out there to convince. We have a lot of hard work ahead of us, but I look forward to it as membership secretary now of the trade union group. And and it's a big list. Believe it or not, I do welcome hundreds and hundreds of emails on late nights. But for all of our fellow trade unionists out there, I'd urge you to start doing the work of convincing your fellow members in your unions. The unions in this country are not Labour's. They haven't been for a very long time. They've betrayed workers in this country. And we're going to actually make the trade unions what they should be about, and that is about their members. The Labour Party has no ownership over the workers of this country, and they never will again. Thank you very much.
Conference, I thought all the speeches were fantastic, but wait till you see Kirsten's notes. They were blank. So you've given all of our new members a fantastic welcome, and to those watching at home, it's not compulsory to come and speak in front of over 1,000 people. However, we're delighted to have you all, but we would now like to hear from someone who's not quite new, but he'll be delivering the financial appeal with hopefully some new jokes. Please welcome Mark McDonald, MSP.
Thank you very much, Conference. Now, you might have thought that we did not need to do a financial appeal with so many new members, but apparently it's a tradition that we shake you all down ahead of the leader's speech, and who am I to stand in the way of tradition? I thought maybe they might have asked one of our new members, someone perhaps more qualified, like, say, for example, Greg Hemphill, to do this bit, and probably after this is finished they will for next time. Because this is my 4th time doing the financial appeal at Conference, and I know the Labour Party say that we are not a progressive political party, but I've been getting progressively less funny every year, so that puts that one to bed. And some of you have noticed that I've lost a bit of weight recently and have been very kind about it as well. Oh, thank you. Basically, I decided it was time to start treating my body more like a temple and less like a bouncy castle. But then the Electoral Reform Society mistook me for Stuart McMillan, so I've decided to put the weight back on. Now, my colleague Jamie Hepburn offered me some jokes ahead of this because in the usual style I got about 40 minutes notice. I had a look at them and I've decided instead to pass them on to Christmas cracker manufacturers instead. But as we know, Conference, every credible politician has to have a parody Twitter account. But I'm concerned, deeply concerned, Conference. I'm concerned that a particular parody Twitter account has gone quiet, and that is the parody Twitter account of our business convener, Derek Mackay. It has been remarkably silent of late, so I've decided to issue a challenge to you, Conference, to rise to the occasion. To rise to the occasion and create a suitable Derek Mackay parody Twitter account. If we can get several, all the better, frankly, but I think Derek Mackay, as a credible politician in Scotland, requires the status that a parody Twitter account bestows upon him. Hashtag sexy conference chairing. And I realise I've broken a golden rule by naming colleagues there because my good personal friend Nicola Sturgeon always tells me not to name drop. So let me say a few words instead about our political opponents. Now, I thought long and hard about some jokes about the Labour Party, but, you know, it's very difficult to find any that they're not actually telling themselves. I did, however, see comments by Neil Findlay, MSP, that Nicola Sturgeon's mission was to destroy the Scottish Labour Party. Frankly, I don't think they need the help. But I do think, Conference, that it is unfair for the Labour Party to be compared to dinosaurs. After all, let us not forget that the extinction of the dinosaurs was not of the dinosaurs' own making. But I decided, Conference, that one of the things that I always do at the end of the financial appeal contribution is I like to finish on a relatively serious note. But I was struck seeing the membership numbers going up on the screen that it looked a little bit like children in need. But that brought home to me a reflection that there are still too many children in need in Scotland. Too many children living in poverty, too many children who, and our political opponents will use the term, and some politicians in our own party will use the term postcode lottery. The only postcode lottery to me that matters, Conference, is the postcode lottery that says a child born in a certain postcode is born to fail. That is the postcode lottery that matters the most in Scotland. Now, in order to address that, in a rich society such as Scotland, we need the powers to change that, and we made that case to the people in September. We did not win the referendum, but we have still the prospect of securing significant powers for Scotland, which can help us to address that. But we need to win next year, and that's part of the reason why we do this bit at conference and get you to donate money into the coffers, because we need to create that massive fighting fund that will be required for us to win in Scotland next year. Because as we all know, at a Westminster election, the SNP will be marginalised in the media, as the leadership debates are showing already, and we have to ensure that we are out there in communities. But we now have a situation, conference, where thanks to this exponential growth in membership, there are some communities in Scotland where we have a member on every street. And we now have that opportunity to reach out to parts of Scotland that the other parties simply cannot reach. So I want to just say well, I would say solemnly at the end, but that's not really a term that's in vogue at the moment in politics. But can I just say, I look forward to campaigning out there with all of you. Whether you have been in this party for 5 decades or 5 minutes, you are welcome in the Scottish National Party. And let's get out there, let's win next year, and let's secure those powers so that we can lift those children in need out of poverty in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And we'll turn to topical resolutions. Votes at 16. The resolutions to be moved by Christina McKelvey, MSP, and seconded by Marco Biaggi, MSP.
Good afternoon, conference. If you're saying, why is she moving a resolution on votes at 16? She's no 16. And I did put on my special interest box, and I really thank Derek for allowing me to speak today on this. Derek, we love you. I can do Suki as well. But yeah, I put on the special interest box that I was once 16. Thought that allowed me to qualify. Although my 16-year-old son, who's sitting right there, said add 30 onto that. Anywho, I'm just going to embarrass him. Because the reason why I'm moving this motion, reaffirming our position on votes at 16, is because of my 16-year-old son, who's now getting a big riddy. Conference, on the 9th of October in the Parliament, I led a members' debate on votes at 16. And I put the motion in, marked it for members' business, hoping I would get cross-party support, and I got it immediately. So every single political party in the Scottish Parliament now supports votes at 16. And when I opened that debate, I spoke about being the proudest mum ever. Yes, where's Joan Sturgeon? I'm a proud mummy too. Being the proudest mum ever because my son got his first vote at votes in September at the referendum. And Jack actually shares a birthday with Nicola. So there's a lot of affinity there. But when the First Minister announced we would have the referendum and the date of the referendum and whether we would have the voting franchise, the minute the Edinburgh Agreement was signed, he texted me in the Parliament to say, does that mean I get to vote? And I says, aye, put your phone off, you're at school. And he said to me, you put your phone off, you're in the chamber. But conference, many, many years ago, Disraeli, in a comment about the Representation of People's Equal Franchise Act 1928, said, of giving women the vote, it was a bit of a leap into the dark. And I have to say, I've always supported votes at 16 and franchising our young people to be part of their communities and part of their democracy. And that leap into the dark was criticised. It was undermined. They're no bright enough. They're all interested in their phones. They're all interested in their Xboxes. They'll not be interested in democracy. Oh my goodness, did we see a re-engagement of our young people in politics, didn't we? So 86 years after Disraeli, we've got a women party leader. We're going to have a women First Minister. And is it not fantastic to see Leanne Wood and Nicola on that stage this afternoon. And if we can do that in 86 years, I'm sure in the next 18 months we can make sure our young people have got a vote when it comes to the next general election. And that was the thing that did it for me. That's why I decided to lodge the motion in the Scottish Parliament, is because after the referendum, my son was gutted. He was up in the morning, Mum, we need to go and vote, we need to go and vote. We got our pictures taken, did a selfie outside the polling station. And he says, what do we do now? Because I don't get a vote in the next general election. We need to do something about it, and that's why we led the debate in the Scottish Parliament, and that's why the debate is being led by Linda Fabiani and John Swinney and the Smith Commission to realise that. Because these guys and gals are our future, and if we don't give them that future, Scotland's future, in Scotland's hands, in young hands, then we give them nothing. The amazing young people that I met one day outside the Hamilton Hub, and we've got Hamilton Massive are here today. Outside the Hamilton Hub, a group of 12 school children were all outside, 15, 16-year-olds, all ready to vote outside debating politics, coming in to get information off us, asking us all sorts of questions. And as I spoke to them and they finished and they walked up the road, they're all going up the road saying, do you think it'd be safe to remove nuclear weapons? But what do you think about pensions? And it was superb to see these young people asking, debating, investigating and challenging all the norms when it comes to politics. So my local branch now's youngest member's 14. Believe me, the demographics are much lower. The thirst for getting leaflets out is much higher. Thank goodness, because as my son said, put 30 onto that 16 and I'm a wee bit older. Okay, just finishing remarks. There's a slogan that we use and it says, don't vote Labour for your grandfather, your grandmothers. Vote SNP for your grandchildren. And now that's the reason that we have to do this today. So I call on the UK government and tell them, we got it right in Scotland. Again, we got it right. It's time for them to get it right, to follow our lead and give all of our young people across the UK votes at 16.
Thank you, Christina. And Marco Biaggi will second this resolution. I'm afraid will be the final speaker to try and get through all the topical resolutions. Marco.
Christina, you may not be 16 anymore, but believe me, you don't look a day over 21. I spoke in that debate that Christina very successfully got in the Parliament, and I too was struck by the consensus there. It's amazing that a proposal that had been controversial, that had been full of uncertainty, risk, a lot of unanswered questions about what would have happened if it went ahead, was suddenly being dealt with as if we should never have fussed about it at all. Amazing how opinions can change. There's a lesson in that for all of us. But the thing that changed was that the theories that we'd been arguing about, the principles that if you can get married, if you can sign up for the army, if you can work full-time, you should be able to vote, was matched by a practice. We saw young people being able to vote at 16 and 17. We saw the question and answers. Any of us that did them knew that there was nothing more terrifying than an audience of 16 and 17-year-olds because they would ask you anything. And we know from the research that young people didn't vote the way their parents told them to vote. And let's be honest, did anybody really think 16 and 17-year-olds were going to do what their parents told them to do? And we know they voted. We know 16 and 17-year-olds voted, and more of them voted than in usual elections, people of all ages vote. So yes, some 16 and 17-year-olds didn't vote, some 60-year-olds didn't vote. But let's be honest, it's the principle here. It's the ability to use that vote. And the SNP has long been arguing for this. YSI members, even from the days I was in the YSI, were up here calling for it. But now we have an opportunity through the Smith Commission, through the changes that we hope to see happen to the powers of the Scottish Parliament. And let's be sure that we get the detail right on this. Because Labour has said they want to devolve powers over elections, but what they've actually proposed is devolving powers over elections to Scottish Parliament and to local government. And so that proposal, that half-hearted, half-baked proposal, would see 16 and 17-year-olds able to vote in local elections and to the Scottish Parliament, but not to Westminster or European elections. As usual, what would be under our control would be progressive, and what was under Westminster's control would be backward-looking. No change there. We have to get that detail right. We have to deliver votes at 16, not just for Scottish Parliament, not just for local councils, but for all elections. Because 16 and 17-year-olds have shown that when they are trusted, they rise to the challenge. And Conference, we are the party that trusts Scotland. We have to be the party that trusts Scotland's young people too. And now, armed with the evidence of what happens, let's go to those other parties and say, well, what was all the fuss about? Get on and do it.
Thank you. There are no cards in against. Can I ask Conference, is the resolution passed by acclaim? It is. Thank you. Topical Resolution 3 on homophobic bullying will be proposed by Kirsty McAlpine and seconded by Stuart McDonald.
Thank you, Convener. 2014 has been a bit of a banner year, it has to be said, with the referendum, the Ryder Cup, the Commonwealth Games, and it's particularly been a gala year for LGBTI issues in Scotland. February saw our party lead the charge for equal marriage, and I will never forget the feeling of pride that I felt sitting in the public gallery of our national parliament as our MSPs voted overwhelmingly to say that I'm just as able to be as miserable in marriage as everybody else. We heard time and time again from the unionists over the course of the referendum campaign that if we became independent, we would lose our seat at the top table. It turned out to be a lot, as usual, of vacuous nonsense. You don't simply become a leader because you have a seat at the top table. You become a leader by leading. And Scotland has become, and our own government is an absolute leader when it comes to LGBTI issues, particularly with regards to the Commonwealth Games. We had the rainbow flag flying over St Andrew's House over the course of the Games. There was the famous Glasgow kiss at the opening ceremony. The Scottish Government put money into paying for Pride House. And we also launched the One Equality, or the One Equality campaign was launched during the Commonwealth Games. These actions led Peter Tatchell, a prominent gay rights activist, to say that it is amazing and praiseworthy that the Scottish Government has consciously launched its pro-equality campaign in the middle of the Games. It signals to LGBTI people worldwide that the Scottish Government are on their side. I can think of no other Commonwealth or Olympic Games host government that has done anything comparable. This is why the headline figures from the report mentioned in the motion are so stark. 88% of secondary school and 39% of primary school staff say that pupils in their school have experienced homophobic bullying, harassment or name-calling. As one of the teachers mentioned in the report says, comments now almost seem socially accepted by pupils and some adults, which makes it very difficult to break the habits by secondary school. But break these habits we must. We need to take this issue seriously. If not for the people who are at schools, schools should be a safe space for all pupils to attend, and they should be supported by their friends, by their peers and by their teachers. And the One Scotland campaign, as I say, that was launched during the Commonwealth Games will be absolutely crucial in this area. The campaign
is regards to equality for all Scots. We heard in one of the debates yesterday about the rise of the far right and elsewhere in the UK, and how immigration has been seen by UKIP as to be sort of their banner issue. Immigration has been an asset to Scotland, and one of the UKIP MEPs had said that he didn't want any immigrants to come here, particularly not those who have HIV. It's an absolute appalling state of affairs, and we must stand up against it. And we must stand up for LGBTI equality in Scotland. I move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. I now call Stuart McDonald to second. You have a maximum of 2 minutes.
Yes, At conference, this motion moved by Kirsty is on the back of a report done by Stonewall Scotland into the bullying of young lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people in our schools. It found some pretty miserable, shocking and horrific statistics. It found that 1/4 of young LGBTI people in Scotland's schools have attempted suicide. Found that as a direct result of bullying because of who they are, 50% have tried to self-harm. It also found that 70% of young gay men and women who are in our schools skip school on a regular basis to avoid bullying. Now, we meet here the last day of conference on a Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday, and on Monday morning our schools go back. And tomorrow night there will be young boys and girls, and their stomachs will be churning with fear as to what it is they go into for another 5 days. Conference, that is not what schools are supposed to be about. What we have to ensure is that our teachers in our schools feel well equipped and confident enough to deal with that. And what the report found is that there is work to be done, and it's something that I hope the Scottish Government and our councils will work to do. I want to just finish on this point. We should never underestimate the power that we have here at this conference and that other parties have to set the tone of debate on issues such as homophobia or racism and sectarianism. I was pleased earlier on that we passed a motion on gender equality, because women's emancipation and the emancipation of gay men and women across the world are absolutely and fundamentally linked. The one last thing I want to ask you to do, and this, believe me, may seem very, very strange. Some of you will have seen this week in the newspapers that the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, Ruth Davidson, has been subject to some pretty vile abuse on social media. And she's quite correctly stood up to that and exposed that through the media, through social media, and used her position to show these people up for what they are. Conference, I wish to ask you to send out a message of support to all young gay men and women across Scotland and to the Conservative leader, Ruth Davidson, and pass this motion today. Thank you very much.
There are no cards in against. Can I ask the resolution passed by acclaim? It is. I won't be able to call Topical Resolution 5. To give it its due, I think it should be resubmitted for a future conference. I will try and take Resolution 4 as quickly as I can, so I call Alan Smith to move. Can I have a formal seconder from the floor? Alan, could you do this in 2 minutes, please?
I'll get rid of all my funny European jokes and it'll be much shorter. Conference, this is an important motion for us to take due note of. There is going to be an in-out referendum on the future of the European Union and the UK's membership of it. I simply don't see any other scenario. And in Scotland, we're an internationalist party. We want to be independent in order to speak with our own voice in the world, to join the families and nations across the world, to be ourselves in the world, having made our own decisions at home. There is going to be an in-out referendum. When it comes to Westminster, I see us day in, day out being represented by UK ministers who are making speeches that might as well read like a Daily Mail editorial. I need to read the Daily Mail editorials now and again. There's a breach of my human rights right there. That's on the record. But we were made promises in the referendum. David Cameron said the UK is a family of nations. Gordon Brown, reanimated like Frankenstein's monster, said we're going to move to something as close to federalism as we can get. Okay, all right, lads, prove it. For Scotland to be dragged out to the European Union against our will, and we are demonstrably less hostile to the European Union in Scotland, for us to be dragged out against our will would be a democratic outrage. So it's right, it is right, that our MPs at Westminster will move amendments to any referendum bill to take account of the 4 home nations of the United Kingdom. We need a double majority. This is us talking the language of federalism. It's an eminently reasonable motion that holds their promises to account. I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. There is the remit back from Johan Beam, a first-time speaker from Dumfries. Can I have a formal seconder? Yes, there is. So, Johan, are you here to move the remit back? And if you could do this as briefly as possible, recognising that you are a first-time speaker at conference. You're very welcome.
Now I know what time pressure is all about. I will be extremely brief, and I understand that what I'm going to say may well be seen as an irrelevant and flippant and tiresome, trivial point, but for me and for the people I think I speak for, to some extent, it's a really important point. Apologies to the signer. Cernowov, Cerno you au bro. Au bro you bro Geltek, you bro Goth, you bro Brout. Hagavin bos bro and serchek, Paran, Kepardelvin Alban bos bro and serchek. I'm speaking Cornish. Cornwall is a nation. Now, I know that Cornwall is perceived by many people in Scotland exactly the same way it's perceived by many people in England as a shire. Cornwall is not a shire, it's a nation. I'm asking a very, very simple request, and this is probably procedurally wrong as well, and my apologies, Derek. The word "for" in the resolution denies Cornwall membership or nationhood within the group of Celtic nations. And it may not be very important to you, but you have no idea how important it is in Cornwall. All I'm asking is that that word "for" be changed to 5, or if that's a step too far, that the word "for" be taken out, so that Cornwall can at least assume itself to be there. Cornwall does not have an assembly, doesn't have a parliament, but there is, believe me, a very strong and powerful movement towards creating a Cornish assembly. And if anybody is going to speak up for a tiny nation which is deprived, which is ignored, which is maltreated by England, surely it's Scotland. Please can we change the wording of the resolution to reflect that? Thank you.
Okay, you want to sum up? Okay, I'll briefly ask Alan to sum up. On the point of the word changing, because it does substantially change the content of the resolution, I can't change the wording. Do you still want to continue with your remit back, or you don't wish? That's help. Okay, thank you. Alan, do you wish to sum up in 20 seconds?
If there's no remit back, I don't need to. Please support it. Thank you.
So in that case, is the resolution passed by acclaim? Now, conference, please welcome the new Deputy Leader of the party, Sturgeon MP.
Nicola said yesterday that she'd known me for 20 years. No. It's far longer than that. She may still be younger, but the memory isn't quite what it was. I first met Nicola around the time of the Govan by-election, over 25 years ago, a full quarter of a century. And since then, Nicola's journey and the party's journey have been inexorably linked, from a party of opposition to a party of government, from a student activist to a party leader and First Minister-elect. And Nicola's journey should be a beacon for anyone watching, any youngster watching this conference. If you're not prepared to put a limit on Scotland's ambitions, join us under Nicola in this party, because we will never, ever ever put a limit on your ambitions or your ability to deliver for Scotland. And Nicola has been a beacon. Her journey has mirrored that of the party. We've come a long way, with a wee bit yet to go. And can I say it's a great pleasure, as my first formal duty as Deputy Leader, to introduce the Leader of the Scottish National Party and First Minister-elect, Nicola Sturgeon, MSP.
Thank you very much indeed, Stuart. You know, Stuart, something of a tradition has developed in the SNP, whereby the Deputy Leader tells embarrassing stories about the Leader when they introduce them to make their conference speech. I can't remember who introduced that particular tradition. But Stuart, just in case you were thinking of continuing that tradition, I think I should warn you. Your wife is one of my best pals, so I'll probably always have the upper hand on the embarrassing stories. Conference, I am delighted to have Stuart Hosey as my Deputy Leader, and this party is lucky to have Stuart as our Deputy Leader. Conference, I'd also like to welcome to the platform today another great friend of mine, a great friend of Scotland, Leanne Wood, the Leader of Plaid Cymru. And a warm welcome to the Welsh contingent in the audience as well. Leanne, I look forward in the future as the first woman First Minister of Scotland to welcoming you here as the first woman First Minister of Wales. And there's one other very special person I'd like to mention today. The woman who welcomed me into her house and into her campaign when I was just a teenager, the first SNP candidate I ever campaigned for. Without her, I might not be standing here today. I'm talking, of course, about the one and only Kay Orrick. Friends, I did join this party when I was just 16 years of age. To stand before you today for the first time as your leader is the proudest moment of my life. It is a privilege, and I thank you for the trust you have placed in me. These are exciting times in our nation's history. Know that I am humbled by your faith in me, and I am inspired by your confidence in each other and in the people of this great country of ours. The morning of September the 19th was, of course, a time of heartbreak for all of us. We all felt the deep disappointment of not achieving our goal. The prize, the precious prize of independence, of a fairer, more prosperous Scotland had been within touching distance, and it slipped through our grasp. I wish so much that we were gathered here today celebrating independence, but that wasn't to be. Our cause, therefore, remains unwon. But friends, know this, it will be won. Scotland will become an independent country. From even the deepest disappointment springs new hope and new opportunity. And in the case of our party, 60,000 new members. Many of our new recruits are here with us today. Many more are watching at home. So to all of you, from all of us, a very warm welcome to our family. And to anyone watching who is not yet a member of the SNP, if you, like us, want this country to be the best it can be, if you want our voice to be heard and our Parliament to be stronger, then come and join us. Take the spirit of the referendum and make it the new spirit of Scotland. Come and be history makers, life changers, deliverers of social justice. Come and join us, and together we will build an independent future. Friends, the distance we have travelled as a party is remarkable. I thank each and every one of you for the part you have played. But today, I want to pay a special tribute to the man who has done more than anyone to make us the force that we are. That man is Alex Salmond. I haven't actually finished with them yet. When Alex first entered politics, the SNP had a mere handful of MPs. We were on the fringes of Westminster politics. It was all he could do to get us noticed, though it's fair to say he did that pretty well. From the beginning, he was a thorn in the side of the Westminster establishment, speaking up for Scotland and standing up for what was right. How they must be shaking in their shoes at the very idea of having him back. If he decides to go back. Alec played a vital role in securing our Parliament, and when he returned as leader of our party, he did so with the single-minded aim of becoming Scotland's First Minister, and what an outstanding First Minister he has been. His leadership of our country has made a real difference to the lives of millions of Scots. He protected pensioners from sky-high rises in council tax. He has given our small businesses the most competitive tax regime in these islands. And in what will be his greatest legacy, he asserted the principle and he restored the reality of free education for all. Friends, Alec has set the bar high for all those who follow, whether as leader of our party or First Minister of our country. He has been a constant support, friend and mentor to me. As I prepare to succeed him, I know I could not have had a better teacher. He is a hero of our movement and a champion of our nation. Let's thank him again for everything he has done. Okay, now I've finished with him. Because under Alec's leadership, we have achieved so much, but I'm here to tell you that our best days are still to come. We meet today as a party that is bigger, stronger, more determined than ever before. Almost 1 in 50 of the adult population of our country is now a member of our party. 1 in 50. That is remarkable. Our members are drawn from all of the communities that make up this great country of ours. We reflect Scotland in all its glorious diversity. We are part of the very weave and fabric of our land. Friends, be in no doubt, we are Scotland's party. And let me make one final observation about our rise in membership. We have more members today than the UK Liberal Democrats and UKIP combined. So, to include these parties in TV general election debates while excluding the SNP would be a democratic outrage. So broadcasters, it's time for you to think again, and as you do, make no mistake, in this election, the SNP will be seen and Scotland's voice will be heard. Friends, our party is stronger because our country is stronger. We are a nation energised, informed and confident. The referendum campaign has revitalised this country, and today let us make this pledge. We will not let Westminster drag us back to business as usual. The only language that Westminster really understands is that of power. So let them hear this message from all around our country. Power over Scotland no longer rests in the corridors of Westminster. In Scotland today, power rests with the Scottish people, and that is where it will stay. The first test of that new democratic order is the general election next May. Be under no illusion. If we vote for Westminster parties, they will go back to business as usual. The promise of more powers will evaporate. The vow will be broken. It was the power of our votes that forced them to make that vow, and it is only the power of our votes that will force them to keep it. So let us harness again the democratic power of the referendum, the democratic power that has seen the people of this nation become politicised, engaged, opinionated, the democratic power that is turning opinion polls upside down and sending tremors through the London establishment. Friends, let us turn those tremors into a shockwave and make Scotland's voice heard like never before. And this time, let's do it not as yes voters or no voters, but as one united country. Today I speak to those beyond our party ranks, to no voters as well as to yes voters, to those who want a stronger devolved Scottish Parliament as well as to those who support independence, to those who have never before voted SNP in a Westminster election as well as to those who always do. I speak to everyone across our land who wants to see the promise of a powerhouse Scottish Parliament delivered. Let us come together this time as one Scotland. Lend us, Scotland's party, your support. Vote SNP, and the message we will carry to Westminster on your behalf is this: Scotland's interests will not be sidelined, not now, not ever. We demand real powers for our Parliament, and Scotland will not settle for anything less. Friends, a vote for the SNP next May will mean that Scotland can't be taken for granted again. And the party that fears that most is Labour, a party that has taken Scotland for granted for far too long. Labour was once the party of progress. Now it is just a barrier to progress. Next May, we've got the chance to clear the Labour roadblock out of the way. For Scotland's sake, let's grab that opportunity with both hands. Scotland's patience with Labour, or the dinosaurs as Joanne Lamont affectionately calls them, is running out fast, and they know it. They've got no positive case to make, so they'll fall back on the same desperate mantra as before. You've got to vote Labour, they'll say, to keep the Tories out. Friends, that is the biggest con trick in Scottish politics, and we must not fall for it again. Scotland did vote Labour at the last general election, but we still ended up with the Tories. And if the people of England vote Tory again next May, it won't matter how we vote. A Tory government is what we'll get, or worse, a Tory UKIP government. And if that happens, the very, very last thing Scotland will need are Labour MPs who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Tories in the referendum. What we will need are strong SNP MPs who will stand up to the Tories, challenge the despicable politics of Nigel Farage and fight Scotland's corner. Of course, maybe this time Scotland's votes will count. Now, I have to admit, I don't put quite as much store in the judgment of the bookies as my predecessor does. But the odds on a hung parliament shorten by the day. Scotland could well hold the balance of power in a Westminster parliament with no overall majority. If that happens, I promise our country this: you won't need to have voted Labour to keep the Tories out, because that's what we'll do. My pledge to Scotland today is simple. The SNP will never, ever put the Tories into government. But I ask you to think about this. Think about how much more we could win for Scotland from a Westminster Labour government if they had to depend on SNP votes. They'd have to deliver real powers for our Parliament. They'd have to rethink the endless austerity that impoverishes our children. And conference, hear me loud and clear when I say this. They'd have to think again about putting a new generation of Trident nuclear weapons on the River Clyde. Friends, whatever the outcome of the general election, we know this, and we know it for certain. Scotland only wins when the SNP wins. The stronger we are, the louder Scotland's voice will be and the greater influence this country will have. So let us get out there and win this election for Scotland. It's not just the SNP winning at Westminster that's good for Scotland, though. We know from the experience of the last 7 years that having an SNP government at Holyrood is good for Scotland too. I'm very proud of what our Scottish Government has achieved, but there is so much more that I still want us to do. I want us to continue to deliver for the people of our country, all of the people of our country, not just for the rest of this term, but into a third term of office and beyond. So as your new leader, let me make this clear. I intend to lead our party to victory in the 2016 Scottish election. Throughout our history, we have always been the party of constitutional progress for Scotland, and we always will be. But I want us to be known as the party of economic and social progress as well. In the 20th century, that progressive spirit was the province of a radically reforming Labour Party. Those days are gone. The referendum put beyond any doubt that for Labour, the trappings of Westminster power are far more important than the pursuit of a fairer Scotland. If there had been any doubt at all, Their alliance with the Tories in the No campaign removed it once and for all. Labour has lost its soul. Linking arms with the Tories will cost Labour dear, this year, next year, and for many, many years to come. Friends, the agenda of a fair society underpinned by a strong economy is one that will be the daily business of the party and government that I lead. In 2 weeks' time, I will set out our programme for government, the legislation and policies that will shape our priorities until the next election. At its heart will be radical action on land reform, empowering communities, raising attainment in our schools and tackling some of the deep injustices in our society, like domestic abuse and gender inequality. Conference, Labour may have abandoned social justice, but in the SNP, the people of Scotland will always know they have a party of true social democracy, a party they can trust. Today I want to look beyond that programme to the priorities that will define our mission to lead Scotland through this and into the next decade. Let me start by making one thing very clear. Our success as a nation depends on a strong economy. That is a simple reality. My job as First Minister will be to champion the interests of Scottish business at home and around the globe. That is a task I embrace with relish. Scotland must always be an environment where ideas flourish, businesses locate and jobs are created. Because then and only then do we have the tools to do what should matter to all of us, and that is to eradicate the poverty that scars the lives of too many of our citizens. Over the next few weeks, I'll set out directly to Scottish business the support they can expect from my government to help them innovate, export, be more competitive and create more jobs. However, I can announce today that as part of that focus on wealth creation, the cornerstone of our support for the nation's smallest enterprises will continue. The small business bonus will help almost 100,000 small businesses next year to the tune of £165 million. My pledge today is this: that support will continue not just for the remainder of this Parliament, but if we are re-elected, it will continue for the entire lifetime of the next Parliament as well. Friends, the need for a strong economy to support a fairer society is well understood. But I want our national conversation to recognise just as clearly that the reverse is true as well. A strong economy depends on having a healthy, happy, well-educated and well-paid population to provide the workforce and the customers that businesses need to succeed. Right now, 1 million of our citizens, 220,000 of our children are living in poverty. In the 14th richest country in the world, that is quite frankly a scandal. So let me promise you this: tackling poverty and inequality and improving opportunity for all will be my personal mission as your First Minister. But we all know that in 2014, government can't do it alone. If we are to make a difference, we must all come together. Government, communities, trade unions, businesses, the third sector, and we must make it a sustained national endeavour. Working together, that is the approach that I intend to build. Of course, as we try to tackle poverty, the dismantling of social security by this Tory Liberal coalition is making it worse. Conference, the Tory attacks on the poor and vulnerable are disgraceful, and shame on the Liberals for having any part of it. A decent social security system is a hallmark of a decent society. But important though it is, welfare isn't the route out of poverty, nor is it how we break the cycle of deprivation. We will tackle poverty now and in the future with better paid jobs and better life chances for our children. These are the objectives I will carry with me into the office of First Minister. In-work poverty is one of the biggest challenges we face as a nation. Do you know that half of all children in poverty today live in a household where at least one adult works? Conference, let us be clear. People who work hard every day should not struggle to feed their children or make ends meet at the end of the week. Low pay, especially for women, is an issue that needs to be addressed. I'm proud of what the Scottish Government has done so far. While Westminster allows the minimum wage to fall behind the cost of living, we pay the living wage to all of our staff and to everyone working in the NHS. That's called putting our money where our mouth is. But I want us to do more, and I want us to lead by example. Right now, some subcontracted cleaning staff working in Scottish Government offices earn below the living wage. We wanted to put that right. So I'm very pleased to be able to confirm today that the Scottish Government has struck a deal with its cleaning contractor, Mighty. That deal will see all 117 staff who currently paid below the living wage brought up to that level by the end of this year. And in future, although we cannot mandate it in law, each and every new Scottish Government contract will have payment of the living wage as a central priority. Friends, I intend that Scotland will become a champion of the living wage and set a strong example for others to follow. Putting more money in people's pockets is the most direct thing we can do to tackle poverty. That's why we will spend £100 million next year mitigating Tory welfare cuts. But if we are to break the intergenerational cycle of inequality that scars our country, we must lift the life chances of our children. I am 4 days away from becoming the First Minister of our country, 4 days away from becoming the first woman to hold that office. Now, I know Scotland doesn't have the fondest memories of the last woman leader to wield power in these islands. But where Mrs Thatcher divided society, I want to do the opposite. I want to unite this country in a national endeavour to give every child, no matter their background, the best opportunity in life. I grew up in a working-class family, went to a state school, and thanks to hard work, great parents, and free tuition, became the first person in my family to go to university. Education, above all else, is what has made it possible for me to stand here today. Now, not everyone can be First Minister, at least not for a while. But everyone, regardless of background and circumstance, should have the opportunity to fulfil their potential. For too many of our young people today, that is not the reality. Stories like mine are still too often the exception. We must change that, and Conference, I am determined that we will change that. The work we are doing as a government on early intervention is groundbreaking. Our early years collaborative, the Family Nurse Partnership, these all make a real difference to the life chances of our children, and so does quality childcare. I was struck this week to hear the CBI call for a significant extension of free childcare. Business leaders recognise its importance, not just to the lives of children, but to the economy too. In the referendum, we proposed free comprehensive provision for all children from age 1. We didn't win the referendum, but I am determined that we will make progress. With the powers we have now, we will push forward. We already deliver 16 hours a week of free childcare for all 3- and 4-year-olds. From August next year, that entitlement will extend to 27% of 2-year-olds as well. Conference, that is more hours of childcare than in any other part of the UK, and we should be very proud of that. But so important is good quality, extensive childcare to the school performance and life chances of young people that we will go further still. I pledge today that our 2016 manifesto will set out an ambitious plan to increase childcare provision. By the end of the next Parliament, my commitment is that all 3- and 4-year-olds and all eligible 2-year-olds will receive not 16 hours, but 30 hours of free childcare each week. Friends, an extension of childcare on the scale we plan will require not just revenue investment, but major capital investment in our education estate as well. Our flagship infrastructure project in this Parliament has been the new Forth Bridge, the Queensferry Crossing. Incidentally, that vital link for our East Coast communities is, under our stewardship, progressing on time and under budget. But friends, I want to make one of our biggest infrastructure projects for the next Parliament a different kind of bridge. I want it to be comprehensive childcare, giving our young people the best start in life and a bridge to a better future. Friends, education will be a big priority for my government. But as a former health secretary, there are few things I hold more dear than the NHS. In the referendum campaign, we pointed to the financial risks to the NHS that come from privatisation in England. Make no mistake, these risks remain. But conference, hear this, we will always, always do everything in our power to protect our public National Health Service. I'm proud that in our budget last month, John Swinney increased funding for the NHS by £80 million more than planned. Money that will make a difference to people in all parts of our country. But from my time as Health Secretary, I'm all too aware that those who deliver healthcare each and every day face real challenges. Friends, we owe our doctors, our nurses and all of our healthcare workers a massive debt of gratitude for all that they do. But we owe them more than that. So my pledge to our NHS staff and to all of Scotland is this. As First Minister, the health service will be a daily priority. It will also be a financial priority. The revenue budget of our NHS is set to rise in real terms for the remainder of this Parliament. If I am re-elected as First Minister in 2016, I pledge today that it will rise in real terms for each and every year of the next Parliament as well. Friends, good government is important for its own sake. It has been the mark of this administration under the brilliant leadership of Alex Salmond. For every day that I am privileged to serve as First Minister, it will continue to be so. Good government is, after all, what we are elected to do. But it matters for another reason too. It matters because it builds confidence in Scotland's ability to govern ourselves. Everything I have experienced since 2007 and everything I witnessed during the referendum campaign persuades me that good government and progress to an independent Scotland go hand in hand. The extent of powers we wield in the Scottish Parliament and how well we use them determines the confidence that people have in our abilities to succeed as an independent country. People ask me often if I believe Scotland will become independent. My answer is simple: yes, I do. Of course, with the UK hurtling headlong for the EU exit door, with the Unionist parties watering down their vow of more powers, with deeper austerity cuts and new trident weapons looming on the horizon, it may be that our opponents bring that day closer than we could ever have imagined on the morning of the 19th of September. But whatever our opponents do, it will always be down to us to persuade our fellow citizens to take the next step forward and grasp the opportunity of independence. It's how hard we work in our actions and in our arguments that will determine our success. So friends, we need to keep raising our sights and raising our ambitions. For all that we have achieved to date, we must do better. As hard as we have worked, we must redouble our efforts. We must win meaningful new powers and show that we can use them well. And then, friends, by our actions and by our achievements, we will make and we will win the case for independence. It is beyond contradiction that Scotland is already a revitalised nation because of 15 years of devolution and 7 years of an SNP government that always puts the people first. We are better too because of the referendum campaign. Our country is alive, engaged, restless for the next stage of our journey. 1.6 million yes votes for independence is an achievement our forebears could only dream of. But that becomes our base camp, and from here, the summit is in sight. The challenge is great, but our determination is greater, because the prize is prosperity, equality, opportunity. The prize is independence. Friends, I am ready to lead us on that journey. I ask you to come with me, and together let us make it happen. Thank you very much.
conference please be seated? I don't want to say stop clapping, but I have to bring conference to a close. We've got one final thing to do. I'll say it again. We have to bring this conference to a close here in Perth before we reconvene in the Hydro. Conference, can you show your appreciation to all of the staff who have made this such a wonderful conference? And now, please give a very warm welcome to the band who will perform for us and lead us into Scots Wha Hae. Please give a very warm SNP welcome to the band, The Tribe.
Afternoon conference. So let's see you stamp your hands and clap your feet. Thank you very much. Okay, so if all you standing, please remain on your feet and we'll do Scots Wha Hae for you. Scots Wondrous has often led. Welcome to your gory bed of victory. Now's the day and now's the hour. See the front of battle lower. See approach proud Edward's power. Slavery. What would be a traitor knave? What can fill a coward's grave? What say base has been be a slave, let him turn and flee. War for Scotland's king and war freedom's sword will strongly draw. Free man stand and free man fall. Let him on with me. By oppressions, woes and pains, by our sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurper low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberty's in every blow. Let us do our tea on your own, Scots. See you in the hydro.